Aussie. 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 Angry Aussie. Aussie. Angry.
Hello, I'm making a video. I surely am. Just about to shake a cocktail. In fact, I'm going to start. Oh, wait a sec. I want to put a glass there. I'm going to put the cool tiki mug there. Let me get this. Hey, Luke and Megalich. See how this is. No, what? Okay. Might as well start that. Okay, tiki drink numero uno. Been very tiki. Where'd I put that glass with the clear ice? Clear ice. Look sexy. Alright, und do this. Start recording. I'm gonna just pour this one in. All right, so close it's done. Right, get this out of the way. Right, put that down there. Ooh, made a beef bourguignon pasta. 21-year-old red wine. Classy. I like it. All right. I had loaded chips. There's leftovers from a takeaway night. Not as anywhere near as classy as what you had, Megalich. But I think my drink's kind of classy, honestly. I'll give it a go. Loading. Turn this around so you can see what you're doing. You hear that? G'day, cocktail lovers. I was looking around for a cocktail to make, and I found this nice take on what's it? Is it a painkiller? God damn it! G'day, cocktail lovers. I was looking around for what inspiration could I find for a cocktail, and I found this interesting looking riff on a painkiller. This is apparently served at Chica, which is in Las Vegas's Venetian Casino, and there's just a few little tweaks on the painkiller. And this, of course, this is a very summery drink, and as I make this, I'm going into winter. But of course, it's different. It's a big world. A lot of people going into summer, and also, who knows when someone's watching this? And I'm not going to deprive myself of bright summery drinks in the middle of winter. I need it to cheer up. So that's what we're going to do. And two interesting things came that caught my eye in here. One is I need cream of coconut. I haven't made cream of coconut for a while. I thought, good, that's an excuse. I'll make some. And as I was making it, dead easy to make. It's basically 50% coconut milk and 50% sugar. It's not really much more complicated than that. I was reaching for the caster sugar in my kitchen, and I had this unrefined brown coconut sugar, and I thought, that seems to fit coconut sugar. And anyway, it made it really brown, and I thought, that is gonna make the drink look like mud, which instantly gave me the idea to do a clarified version, and I could use this, being coconut milk based, as the part that does the curdling so I can clarify the drink. And so that's what I did. This video, we've got the standard version of this drink, which is called the Happy Pill, and a clarified Happy Pill. The other thing that caught my eye is in Chica, they do a house grilled pineapple juice, which is added to it. And I happen to have this product. This is from a local maker. They call it their daiquiri mix. It's charred pineapple, and they decide this should be used for daiquiris. But I thought, I've got a charred pineapple drink, and this calls for charred pineapple juice. So match made in heaven. So those were my two creative bits in here. Making a brown cream of coconut, and finally using this product in a cocktail for the channel. So let's go with making the cocktail. In our shaker, you put 1 ounce or 30 mils of a white rum, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of a darker aged rum, and then you want 1 ounce or 30 mils of a coconut liqueur, then 3/4 of an ounce of grilled pineapple juice, 3/4 of an ounce of orange juice, 1/2 an ounce of lime juice, and 1/2 an ounce of your cream of coconut. And then we add ice to the shaker. You really want to shake this solidly for 15 seconds because the citrus is going to want to curdle the cream of coconut. So you really want that integrated. So shake it good and hard. And then I'm just doing a dirty dump into this tiki goblet I have and topping it with more ice. And then just to make it look pretty, putting a cherry on top. The clarified version uses essentially the same recipe, but preparation is different. And also I decided to make a double batch of this, so I'd have several of these drinks. So this time to make it, I put 2 ounces of white rum in the shaker. So this time I'm not shaking this. So just in a receptacle where I can mix it, I put 2 ounces of, because I'm clarifying this, I won't be shaking it. So because I'm going to clarify this, I won't be shaking it. So I just got a receptacle that I could mix in, and I put 2 ounces of white rum, 2 ounces of dark rum, 2 ounces of coconut liqueur, 1.5 ounces of the grilled pineapple juice, 1.5 ounces of orange juice, 1 ounce of lime juice, and 1 ounce of cream of coconut. And instead of adding any cream of coconut, that's going to be the clarifying agent. So in a different receptacle, I had about 4 ounces of the cream of coconut. I added the rest of the ingredients to that, giving it a gentle stir, and the lime and orange juice will actually curdle that. So you set that aside till you get some separation, and then you're going to pour it through a coffee filter is what I use. You might use something else. standard tip for this, it's the curds that do the filtering, not the filter paper. So it'll take a little while for that to settle. So the first amount that goes through won't be really clear. So you'll want to put that back through after letting it run for a while. Alternatively, put the whole lot through more than once. Oof, nearly. So this is the standard Happy Pill, and this is the clarified one. When the clarified drink is ready, I decided to serve it in a rocks glass over a big chunk of nice clear ice, just to really show it off. And then I top that with a cherry again. So here's the standard Happy Pill, and here's the clarified one. It's very clear as opposed to the very opaque, but it's also quite dark. This is the darkest clarified cocktail I've ever had. And that will be the coconut sugar. The color from that's really carried through, but it's given it this nice clarity as opposed to this milkshakey looking one here. I'll try the standard Happy Pill first. It's a good name. I can see myself getting happy drinking that. It didn't actually go really muddy like I thought it might. And though, use a good rum. A good rum really carries through in this. This is really quite nice. Now, how different does the clarified one taste? It is a completely different drink. From the mouth feels completely different. Get a bit of silkiness from the separation of the fats in the coconut milk. And I don't know, it's just, how would I say? I was going to say elegant. Is that being rude to this one? That's very rummy, and you got the fruity elements as well. Whereas this one, just everything's more subtle, and the creaminess of the coconut cream is really coming through. They're both great. If you like your tropical or tiki style drinks, I think you'd like a Happy Pill. And if you want to set yourself a challenge, I'd say go for a clarified one. Now, if you use normal cream of coconut, as opposed to the weird thing I did with the brown sugar, this will be very clear. It'll probably be a very light yellow. But this was an experiment. That's what I like to do. And I like to share experiments with you, hopefully give you some inspiration to try a few new things yourself. This one's worth a go, but hope to see you again soon, and I'll have something else to show you. And please do take care in the meantime. Until I do see you again, looks like I'm double fisting tropical style. Cheers. Oh my God, drinks. We got the bingo cards running. Oh no, Kirsten, husband's got a cold. Bringing it to you. Dang. You're just getting over a cold. Nasty, Dr. Abigail. Right, I'm going to switch these things off and sit down and chat. Drinks for days. I actually had plans to maybe shoot some more video, make a couple more cocktails, but we'll see how I feel because... gosh darn if I don't have a lot of booze just in these two drinks. So I'll have to pace myself. We'll see how we go. And I didn't even do my... oh, look at that. It's adjusted. I did not even do my light adjustment. Let me fix that. Little adjustments. That's better. There you go. That's better lights. Hey, Luke, I'm fine. How you doing? Hey, Justin and Heine. Did I miss anyone? I think I said hello to everyone who's popped up in the chat. All right, I'm going to drink this one first. Tropical drinks, yeah. I'm getting in a tropical mood. Put some orange peel in that drink. Oh yeah, nice bit of citrus oil there. That's what we like. Check off Milk Clarifying if you're doing Angry Bingo. It's Milk Clarifying night. Might put that live on Monday. Make it Milk Punch Monday. Any others missed? I don't think so. Unless there's something about me making a video. And I think my hands are sticky. I'm gonna have to go to. Yeah, Cabrini and Brighton. That's where I did my sleep study. It's where all the cool kids do their sleep studies. I actually did a short live stream from my hospital room. Is it 2 years ago now? I think it was 2 years ago. Middle of gosh darn COVID, anyway. And I got my friggin' breathing apparatus for the rest of my life. Actually, if the weight loss thing works, that tends to improve things. Might even do another sleep study. Okay, Megaleech. I don't recommend buying the burnt pineapple drink because it's stupidly fucking overpriced. Like, it's ridiculous. I literally got it for 90% off in a sale at Dan Murphy's. Like, they're literally selling that non-alcoholic mixer for $20 a bottle, $19, $20 a bottle, which is just fucking ridiculous. And yeah, I also think it's failing as a product because it's stupidly overpriced. Now, honestly, they probably priced it according to how much it costs them to produce it. They've just made a really big mistake, in my opinion. Dan Murphy's is a bingo square. True. Yeah. Oh, okay. Is that leading the witness? It's a Cappy product. But yeah, no, they fucked up. Like, they're even selling it through their website at one point. I don't think they are anymore. But because I bought something from them, they had my email address. I got a promo thing emailed to me that I could get it for 75% off through their website. But it was that bottle I'm using there was $2 instead of $20. Yes, they've made. I think I've already. I don't know if I mentioned. I don't think I mentioned Cappy by name. I just said they were local. But yeah, I think I had this rant already on a stream, but they've made a really stupid mistake with these mixers. Someone got in their head, oh yeah, people are going to pay $20 for a 500 ml bottle of non-alcoholic mixer. Oh, is CPAP a bingo square for some people at least? I assume different people have different bingo cards. But yes, yeah, if you got that on a bingo, tick it off. Oh, yeah, Megaleech. I mentioned CPAP because Justin's getting a sleep study, same place I had it done. So that was natural conversation. Talking about the breathing apparatus. Yes. So yeah, and there's like Cappy's changing their whole product line as well. The little soda waters they're not going to make anymore. I think they're going to do them with mineral water, and I don't know what the difference will be. They actually, that's mildly interesting, and I don't think I said this on a previous stream. They emailed me about you won't be able to get these these lightly flavored soda waters anymore. And they actually said in their mind when they created them, it was like meant to be mixers for alcohol. And then they found out people were just drinking them as water, which is what I was doing most of the time. I did use them in cocktails sometimes, but most of the time I was just drinking them. And they went, oh, and so now they've got it in their head. It would be a better product if they use their mineral water with these flavors. So I think they're going to bring out flavored mineral water. I'm not sure I'm going to prefer that, but has anyone got? Honestly, if anyone's got repeating, they're going to get me. Has to be egregious repeating. Wow. I'm probably going to do that too, honestly. Just like me to be egregious. I'm just holding myself back from doing one of them, and I really want to. I got a reflex of a thing I wanted to say, which I know is one of the bingo squares, and I just barely restrained myself from doing it. Not as a freebie for someone with a bingo, but because I really wanted to say it. And I'll probably end up saying it. So that's why bingo came about, because I goddamn say the same things all the time. I'm extremely predictable. So, yeah, well, if anything that's usually induced by alcohol, about a 90% chance that's going to happen tonight. So I went to 5 cocktail bars last night. And that was good. Showing Young Was Angry's boyfriend Melbourne nightlife, and he was saying he'd never really been to a cocktail bar, never had a proper cocktail. And I went, here we go, son, here we go. We went to the Luau Tiki Bar, Gin Palace, Bar Empire, and a new one that I keep fucking forgetting the name of because it's got 3 names. It starts with black. Kirsten knows what I'm talking about. It's really funny. We were having a conversation with, we had conversations with staff in all the venues, and one of them said how we said where we'd been, and we these bars are all interconnected, and and like in one of them, their dishwasher had broken, so we were just seeing people going between the bars all night with the trays of glasses. Because they had to take the dirty glasses from one bar to another bar, clean them, then go get them and take them back. That's it. Black Kite Commune. And it was fun. It was interesting. They have this little upstairs bit with these weird alcoves. I was sort of downstairs on a high table near the bar. We had a snack there, wild boar croquettes, which is very interesting. They're also pretty good. And everyone was super nice. I mean, I started the young fella off in the Luau Tiki Bar. It's a bit of fun. It's the loud one. It's loud. It's bright, over the top, garish tiki decorations, and our drinks were just ridiculous. With beads and flowers and shit. And so we had that there, and then we went to the Gin Palace, which is just polar opposite. It's just chill, late 1800s brothel vibe. And then we went to Black Kite Commune, which is slightly different again. It's got a more modern vibe. They said they're trying to model that on the old supper club thing. And we did not have the cheeses, actually, Dr. Abigail. It intended to, after going to Bower Pier, having their burger, and dude forgot to put, we got cocktails, but the dude forgot to put our food order through, and we sat there for ages, and eventually I went, I think they've forgotten our food, and I went and checked, and it hadn't gone through. The guy was very apologetic, and comped us a cocktail, which was nice. Ended up not getting food. He said he'd put it through if he wanted, but it got that stage where a young fellow wanted to go home. So I saw him off, and I was like, you know what? I'm in the city. I'm not going home yet. One of the newer cocktail bars is called the Caretaker's Cottage. And I thought, I'm going there. And I really like that. I really dig the record stuff. It's very hipster. They have 2 turntables, and they're like DJ turntables, and they play vinyl. But I was really getting the music, and they make good drinks there too. So that was the 5th one. I went there on my own. Nice staff there too. Really nice staff. Well, I saw off the lad at about 8:30. And I was out for about another hour after that because I went to another venue, and then I went home. I like that, Heine. Can't say egregious without Jesus. That's my next band name, Egregious Jesus. An actual real band that's around at the moment, an Australian band, is called Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers, which I like. Oh, nice. Justin, going to town on the sushi. Spoiled yourself. Like it. Not a sushi person myself, but good luck to those who enjoy it. No. Well, I mean, we kept up communication. I was sending a phone. She just knew I was out, doing the bars. And I guess with the tram and all, I got home, I don't know, before 11. I just let her know where I was and all that sort of shiz. I guess, if I went completely incommunicado, she might have been upset. Everyone's talking about sushi. Safi, you won't be doing sushi with me. I don't like sushi at all. Like, there is not a single piece of sushi that I like. So, wouldn't be doing sushi time with me. Need to stop talking about sushi so you don't feel deprived, Dr. Abigail. That's an interesting one. We have stereotypes about cats. I think cats prefer raw fish. It tastes better. It's a different flavor, certainly. Safa, I saw the article referring to him. No, he won't. He has an absolute delusion that he might. He won't. He absolutely won't. He's a fucking idiot with no sense of how he appears to the rest of the world. He's just, I wouldn't even call him a narcissist. He's just a fucking moron. Like, he is not smart. And I don't mean I disagree with him, therefore he's stupid. I just mean you look at his statements and his behavior. These are not the patterns of an intelligent person. He is just unintelligent. To shadow eat raw fish. I don't know that we've ever fed shadow raw fish, so I couldn't honestly answer that. I like that, Justin. You're a vacuum cleaner in sushi. And Kirsten, you're in a country town. Yes, it's not big in country towns. And the further away you get from the sea, you should be more suspicious of seafood in general. Loto, Twitch don't allow a great. Did you just get censored there? Did you say something against Twitch guidelines? Look, okay, and just so you know, most of the people I'm talking to are watching on YouTube. I use StreamYard to restream to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Some people watch on Twitch. Some people occasionally watch on Facebook. Most people watch on YouTube. So while I am doing restreaming to Twitch, I realize they occasionally and inconsistently enforce standards. I don't give a rat's fucking ass about any ridiculousness on Twitch. I would not lose one moment's sleep. Okay, look, for fuck's sake, if I'm not allowed to say someone's not smart, then, you know, fuck it all. Because this guy is a goddamn fucking moron. And I say so much worse than that all the time. So, but I am, I'm aware of what you're telling me, that Twitch has very weird and capriciously enforced rules, and it's just not something I give a shit about. So let's get the Discord happening. Didgeridoo. Realistic image of really fancy sushi. And this is, look, this is just Bing's image generator, which is DALL-E powered, and it's fairly shitty, but food is one of its strong points. Oh, there's so many of them. Okay, I might actually just scroll through them. So I'm just going to show what it does. Yeah, you know, Twitch can do whatever it wants with its rules. It's their onus. I'm just not going to lose any sleep over it. Okay. So, I was going to, that's right. I was going to show the images of, wait, what am I doing? God damn it. Images of sushi. And that one's weird. That one is quite weird. It kind of looks like sushi. These are not bad at all. Now, these ones have got, like, was it sauce, gravy on them? You're right. Standard sushi rolls, but really succulent looking with a variety of Asian sauces. I mean, at first glance, these look quite realistic. If you don't look at them too closely, but even look at them a bit more closely. Actually, I'll open one in a bigger image and zoom in on it. Let me entertain you. I'll zoom in a bit. That's actually pretty realistic textures. That's a pretty good job. As I said, food is one of its strong points. I was going to have, for dinner tonight, I was going to have the leftovers from our takeaway night, which was from a pizza place. I had the loaded chips and a couple slices of pizza left. But the loaded chips were looking a bit sad, so I recooked them and retopped them, like, with additional bacon and cheese. And then that turned into a way bigger thing than I thought it was. I thought I was just going to have that as a side, but that was all I had for dinner in the end. because it ended up being big. And then I thought, all right, too much sushi talk, obviously. Yeah, I use the air fryer as basically, and that was like, this place does really good pizzas and really good pasta. And Mrs. Angry got a salad from there that she said was really good. And so this loaded chips thing was a new thing on their menu. Not great. They didn't cook it for long enough. It wasn't terrible, but they didn't cook it for long enough. So with the leftovers, I recooked it in the air fryer. First, I just put in, because the chips weren't properly cooked, so I just put the chips in there for 10 minutes, and then I retopped it with bacon and cheese. Healthy dinner. And then I put that back in the air fryer, and it was fucking yum. But there's more of it than I thought, so that's all I had. Well, Safa, to quote a famous philosopher, you don't win friends with salad. Safa, I'm going to go out on a limb, even though I have no idea what Macca's loaded chips are. I'm going to say Macca's is shit compared to what I did. I'm just going out on a limb there, based on history, and say mine was good and theirs is shit by comparison. Instead, is clear ice on the bingo card? I know I've already talked about clarified drinks, but the clear ice is cool. I've been making more clear ice this week. Oh, that is fucking good. That is way better than the standard one. Actually, I didn't mind the standard one, but that clarified drink, way better. I'm gonna put 2 cherries in there. Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly what they're for. Or it depends what sort you have. I got one that's like a little mini oven. I use it a lot because it's cheaper than the oven. Okay. So we've got some AI art of a sushi roll with a hand, which is gonna be a problem because that's one of the things that these image generators have problems with. Hands. So I'll load a few of these because as Mega Leech warned, after the first one, they start to get weird. So let me go. See what. So this is the least weird one, but it doesn't really have the fingers right. Oh, arguably there could be a finger just hidden out his side there, but yeah, this is the least weird of them. And oh no, we made you so hungry, Dr. Abigail, talking about sushi. There's this one. It's like, I don't know, this is being presented. It's like a wedding ring or something, but it's on the back of that hand. That's quite weird. Oh no, Justin, Grinder in Brighton's dull. Particularly if you're in a hospital, I think. You know. A good pre-cocktail food. Anything. I just like good food and good cocktails. And that one's getting weird. I mean, again, I don't want to diss anybody who has an atypical number of fingers or an atypically shaped hand, but that looks genuinely weird. And then for some reasons it gets cartoony and puts an extra finger in to compensate for the other one that was missing a finger. That is weird. That is weird. Ooh, nice. Megaleech doing the spiced apple brown sugar syrup. It's good stuff. I'm a huge fan of it. It is reminding me, I actually have liqueur in the fridge. I haven't had any from. You know what? Maybe I won't make any more videos tonight. Oh yeah, allspice. Allspice is a great flavor to put in. Well, it's a great flavor in cocktails, so it's a great flavor in a syrup. No, the combination of sushi and cocktails is not going to food poison you. Someone has bad food handling practice in a sushi restaurant, and honestly, sushi is higher risk than some other foods because if you're getting the uncooked, and I know not all sushi is uncooked, and someone might even get into the details of the difference between sashimi and sushi that I'm no expert on. So yeah, the raw fish, in fact, arguably the alcohol from a cocktail would potentially kill some pathogens that you might have got from badly handled raw fish. So I'd argue cocktails would be reducing your risk with sushi. Not that I would recommend. I'm not saying, hey, go eat raw chicken, just drink alcohol afterwards. That actually sounds like an appalling combination. I was being a little facetious when I said it would kill some pathogens because I don't think it really would. But it's fun to pretend you're having cocktails for their health benefits. Spoiler alert, cocktails don't have health benefits. Alcohol's a poison, and I don't care. Is the bar full? Yes, dude. I have been so good. And resisting buying a shit ton of stuff because I go, no, I've got enough bottles. I keep seeing stuff and I'm going, that looks kind of cool. I maybe want to get that. And I'm like, don't. And I've resisted, half a dozen times in the last couple of weeks. Mind you, I am down for buying a couple things. A really strong rum from Queensland that is not always available. Oh, sorry, you wanted to look at the bar. It's full. And that's just the spirits. The liqueurs are all in there. I've been thinking of maybe getting another shelf and bringing the liqueurs out here as well. Oh, I'm assuming you done that just to wind me up. That is something I wanted to have a rant about tonight. You may have missed this, but it was covered in various media. Some jokers saying, we did a study that this very specific sort of garlic kills COVID and regular influenza with a 99.9% efficacy. And in particular, there was an interview on Radio National that I listened to on the ABC News website. And the guy who did that should be fucking ashamed because he didn't ask any real questions and basically would just say, kills COVID. It's like, this was a study commissioned by this Garlic Growers Association who haven't released the details of the study. And it's just a whole fucking thing. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Safa. In a test tube, bleach, Dettol will kill it. You know what else would kill COVID in a fucking test tube? A flamethrower. That's of zero health benefit to a human, and that's what I would bet like a shit ton of money. Oh, the other thing is these fuckers who paid for this study that says only their special garlic kills the flu virus. They're going to be releasing supplements to chemists. I mean, this is dodgy as fuck. It's bullshit, and it's like just like saying, garlic kills 99.9% of flu germs in a test tube means fucking nothing to the health of humans. It means nothing. And yes, you can drink lava once. And again, lava, 99.9% effective at killing COVID. No health benefits for humans there. This is where you got this weird thing like, apparently like UV light can kill the virus. And so you had all the fuckwits talking about getting sunshine and you'll be safe. And yeah, drink bleach. And it's just fucking ridiculous. But this infuriated me. This ABC interview on Radio National fucking infuriated me because it's just like he never once asked just the simplest question. So you're saying in the laboratory, this garlic kills 99.9% of the flu virus. And just the simple question, what is the real world health applications to people? Are you saying if people eat this garlic, they won't get the flu? Is that what you're saying? Are you asserting that this garlic will stop a human from getting flu? And they have to say no, because it fucking won't. It abso-fucking-lutely will not. It just will not. And he just never asked that question. But also, just fucking say, Jesus. It's like, okay, so a study paid for by this garlic grower lobby group says, oh, look, our special garlic is the only one that cures the flu virus. And no, we're not releasing the details of our study. Oh, but we are going to start selling a commercial product off the back of this media coverage. It's like, even if they're not lying scumbag fucking shysters, Jesus Christ, that they seem like it. There's just the appearance of corruption here. It's like, even if they're not scam artists, it has the appearance of it. And hello, Fletcher, you caught me mid-rant about how angry I am about this bullshit about garlic. I mean, at least garlic's not going to kill you. Actually, excess garlic consumption does have a toxic effect. Like anything, too much of anything is dangerous. Too much oxygen will kill you. It's just what drives me up the fucking wall. And it's, you get these idiots that'll just say like, we're going off on a tangent here. Now it's climate change. You get people who say like, because talk about carbon reduction and whatnot, and they go, oh, they're trying to kill you. You're made of carbon. Oh, carbon dioxide's part of the natural environment. Like, yeah, but we're talking about too fucking much of it. Too much of it, really bad. And it's just like, when the people start going on about like, oh, you can't be hurt by carbon dioxide. Well, I would just like to put them in an airtight room where no fresh air can get in. So as they gradually absorb too much of the oxygen and nitrogen from the air and the carbon dioxide builds up, we'll see how that affects them. Well, see, that's the whole thing. It's on the ABC. It's a scam. It's fucking bullshit. And it's so offensive. Like when I was listening to it with Mrs. Angry, we were just laughing at, man, what's Norman Swan going to say about this? And I was like, man, if I was Norman Swan, I'd lose my fucking rag over it. I would just do my lolly. I would just be like, what the fuck? Why was the ABC uncritically airing this bullshit? Could be it, Fletcher, Italians, and go, my mama's still alive. She's so old. It's the garlic. I get the joke and the sarcasm, Safa, but this is also not about being impartial. This is just about uncritically presenting absolute bullshit and not questioning it at all. And it's down because all the fucking lunatics, all the right-wing anti-vax lunatics jumped on it straight away, and they are directly saying in their social media, they're like, oh, the vaccines are useless. Garlic's all you need. And it's infuriating. It's like, this is the sort of shit that kills people. How left is the ABC? It's like center-right. You get some people, particularly entertainers on the ABC who are left-leaning, but the news and current affairs is center-right status quo shit. And the Liberal Party keeps carrying on like pork chops, which keeps scaring different people running the ABC at different times. So the presentations on ABC get more and more conservative. And, it doesn't matter anymore what's true. It's just they don't want to get in trouble. It's goddamn ridiculous. Oh, I got sticky stuff on my hands, as the actress said to the bishop. Okay. Idiocracy, it's a mildly amusing film. There's actually a lot of stuff in it I like. There's a lot of stuff in it that's just flat out offensive. And I don't mean just the slurs they use all the time in it. That central message of it that people go, oh, it's like a documentary. No, it fucking isn't. People are getting smarter. Scientific advances are happening at a faster pace, not a slower pace. But that central thing about, oh, stupid people are breeding too much and smart people aren't breeding enough, that's bordering on Nazi fucking eugenics right there. It is at its best, it's classist and fucking elitist, but it's honestly, it's not all that far from eugenics. So it's bullshit. As the actor said to the bishop. Well, there are also, to be fair, there are a lot of performers who don't really go for gendered language of performers. You should just say actor and say that's a non-gendered term, which I actually agree with. Yeah, it was a sci-fi comedy, and there's just taking as a light comedy. It's fun. There is a lot of fun stuff in it. Oh no, plenty of left-wing people are really classist. It's just classism is embraced by conservatives, conservative power players. Center and center left politics people pretend they don't like class, but they're classist. That's the thing. Like when people saw pictures of the Obamas with George Bush palling around, they go, why are they palling around? Like, dude, fucking come to terms with the fact. The rich and powerful have more in common with each other, no matter if they express political views, social views that seem to be opposites, they still have more in common with each other than they do with you and I. Ooh, a fun story about Idiocracy. Well, feel free to tell the fun story. My favorite stuff is just like the tests, like and the way the average guy from our time, who appears to be like a genius in this future time, when they're like giving him IQ tests and stuff, and it's like so stupid. He's really confused, and he was like, I can't be hearing that right. That can't be what they're asking. I kind of like those bits when this future world he's woken up in is so stupid. He's just really confused. Oh, you're doing Angry Bunch. Okay. Yep. Okay. I'm sure someone can remind us to talk about Idiocracy. All right. Oh, God, I still have some energy drink here. I was going to finish this before the stream. I got distracted, and now I just drank my first hour. What was that? 4 shots of rum in the first hour. That's not too bad. Oh, yum. Just in terms of contrast, this is nice. Ugh. But yes, good. We got one of the rants I wanted to do out of the way. The goddamn garlic story. Jesus Christ. That's just terrible. And at least the print media outlets did get scientists going like, yeah, this sounds like bullshit. What they're saying sounds like bullshit. And one was saying, particularly saying there's only one strain of garlic that does this. This epidemiologist was saying that's really unlikely. That's incredibly unlikely. So my big bet that I'm 90% confident of being right, this is going to be exposed as a complete fraud. Oh yes, no, I never buy newspapers either. I was looking at their online outlets. I do not buy newspapers. And in fact, honestly, all the media outlets are so shit, I can't bring myself to give them money. And if they all paywall shit, I'll either find ways to get around that, or I will just limit myself to ABC and SBS, who are a long way from perfect, but they're not as bad as some of the others. Like every time I'm right on the point of going, maybe I'll pay for a subscription to The Guardian because I read a lot of Guardian articles. Then they'll just run some more turf bullshit. And I go, well, fuck that. Fuck that right off. I am not giving money to someone who does that shit. Literally never watched CNN, so I cannot possibly give you an informed opinion of them. I have, and this is, I guess, a prejudice on my part. I have zero interest in American media outlets. Do I like Crikey? Again, Crikey is paywalled 90% of the time. So I've read a couple of Crikey articles that were fine. I'm not a huge fan. I'm not a hater of Crikey. But again, I do not read enough of their content to actually have an informed opinion on them. Look at me being reasonable, saying, I don't have the evidence to make a call on that. Don't worry, I'll have a couple more drinks and I'll have an opinion on goddamn everything, including people I've never heard of and things I've never read or seen. I will have so many opinions. Do my teeth light? I think my teeth lightening's working. I think my teeth look lighter. I mean, this is not really true light. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, Fletcher, because you and I are both old enough to have lived through the AIDS crisis. And, oh, yeah, the snake oil. It's interesting. There's that movie. And while it's not completely true to events, it's largely there. It's called the Dallas Buyers Club, Matthew McConaughey in it, as how people, mostly men, who did contract AIDS, they were desperate for treatment. And so they were spending a lot of money on stuff that maybe didn't work and maybe was going to hurt them. Just through experimentation and trial and error, they did come up with some treatments that had some efficacy. But they did a lot of dangerous shit too, because everyone was saying, oh, this will work, this will work. And desperate people were just doing it. I tell you what, Safa, I reckon Ben Roberts-Smith has got to be really angry at that Ben Roberts-Smith guy who completely ruined Ben Roberts-Smith's reputation. Because that does my head in. For those who missed it, there was a defamation case because media ran things and go, well, we've got eyewitness reports and a bunch of evidence that says Ben Roberts-Smith is a murderer and a war criminal. And Ben Roberts-Smith, who knew what he had done, said, I'm going to sue them for defamation. They can't say about me, I'm a VC winning hero. And he knew what he'd done. And he must have known the sources used by the media outlets were real. And it's not that hard to sue someone for defamation in Australia. And this dragged on and is reputed to be one of the most expensive defamation cases in Australian history, like costing $25 million or something, because neither side would settle. And yeah, the judges said, no, the media didn't defame him. In other words, the judges said they didn't say anything that was untrue. Now, which again is an irony, because what the media outlets have said is he committed just heinous crimes. This does not now mean he gets prosecuted criminally, because a civil case and a criminal case run differently. So it's up to prosecutors, and prosecution in a criminal case requires a higher burden of evidence than a civil case. So it's up to prosecutors, if based on the evidence that they would be able to get, if they believe they would get a criminal conviction against him. And I don't know what they will be weighing up. I don't know if they're swayed by politics or any pressure from them. I have no idea what the process will be that the prosecutors will go through to make that decision. But that is on one level, it sounds weird, because one court just said, yeah, the media didn't lie when they called him a murderer and a war criminal. And so, well, he should be in jail, shouldn't he? Well, that wasn't a criminal trial. The prosecutors have to separately make a decision whether or not to prosecute him. And that decision would not be based on the balance of probability. The civil case is essentially on the balance of probabilities. It's kind of like, with the evidence that was presented, I don't believe the media defamed him. Whereas a criminal court would need to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he committed these crimes. And that's a higher burden of evidence. So prosecutors would have to consider, is there evidence available to them to be confident of gaining conviction? So it will be interesting to see if they do anything, how long that might take for them to make a decision. Because it's an incredibly sensitive issue politically. So I don't think anyone in the prosecutor's office is going to want to stick their head up to get it kicked in. So it's going to be a very serious deliberation, kind of like the prosecution of George Pell for historical sex crimes. And he can't sue me now because the cunt is dead. But when he was finally tried and convicted of historical sex offences, people need to understand the hurdles that were leapt over for that to go to trial. It's basically the police had to believe they had enough evidence that would hold up in court that would gain a conviction against one of the highest profile, most influential people in Australia. He was the third most powerful Catholic in the world. So the police had to believe that they had compelling enough evidence to charge him with all the political fuckery that goes with that. And then the prosecutor, based on what the police told them, they had to be confident they would get a conviction. They don't do a high profile case like this just because they think, well, he's a prick, let's prosecute him. They literally, even if they hate the guy, even if they are convinced the person is guilty, they look at what's going to go into court, what will be admissible in court, and based on their knowledge of the law, are they confident they will get a conviction? They don't go ahead with prosecutions, even if they think the fucker's guilty. They don't go ahead if they look at the evidence and go, I don't think we're going to get a conviction based on this. So the cops said, this is compelling, we should arrest him. The prosecutors said, this is compelling, we should prosecute him. The jury and the judge said, fuck yeah, guilty, you fuck. Appeals court, 2/3 of the judges said, yep, no, they didn't do anything wrong in that trial, fuck you. Then rich people's court said, no, we're overturning that. But anyway, the piece of shit is dead. I don't have to be that careful what I say because the fucker can't prosecute me. And the thing I was going to bring up to people when they said, oh, why are you so sure he was? And I go, look, a few statements of fact that you could say while he was actually still alive and you're at risk of being sued. You could go with some statement of fact. I said, like, if you talked to someone who worked, in investigating and prosecuting sex crimes and said, okay, we have an individual. This is a powerful and influential individual. They are powerful in an organization that has a long record of sex offenders in their rank. And not only does the organization in general go out of its way to protect the offenders, this individual specifically took steps to support people who are later convicted of incredibly serious offenses. Like some of the worst child sex offenders this country has known were in this organization. And this individual, the worst of them all, this individual lived with that person for years and accompanied them to court as a character witness. And this individual has also been dogged by allegations for decades. Now, the police have put together a case saying we have a credible witness testifying about what this individual did to them. With all that knowledge, all those components, what are the chances this person's innocent? And anyone who knows how these things work is going to tell you, 0. Basically, there is a 0% chance this person's not guilty. No. Defamation. Okay, it's different from country to country, but it can't be defamation if it's true. It cannot be defamation if it's true. And that's what Ben Roberts-Smith was suing the media outlets for, because he believed he could convince a court that there was not enough evidence to support what the media outlets said. So he was confident that he would win a defamation case, even though he knows what he did. Okay. So he was in a position to know how trustworthy and how real the media's evidence was. With what he knew, he still thought he would win a defamation case. But the judge said, no, there's no evidence they lied. They didn't defame you. They reported stuff. The evidence supports what they reported. It was true, therefore not defamatory. It's slightly different in some cases. Like in the US, you can get away with defaming someone. Like I'm just thinking of Elon Musk here. If you can, either if you're rich enough or if you can convince a court there was no malice intended in what you said or wrote or published. As I understand it in the US system, there has to be malice involved. It's basically you knew what you were saying was untrue and you did it in the full knowledge of the untruth with the express purpose of hurting and damaging the person you said it about. Not in Australia. It's just basically if you say or print something and then can't convince a court of the truth of it, you're fucked. Even if you published it in good faith, you're still fucked. Whereas in the US, again, the old I am not a lawyer, but as I understand it, if you published in good faith with no malice, even if what we said was untrue, you can get away with it. Definitely not in Australia. If the court thinks you said or published a thing that's not true, you're kind of fucked. So, and okay, and this is a kind of side thing. In a lot of criminal cases, murder, assault, rape cases, when it seems absolutely definite that this person's guilty, like maybe they did something in public, you'll hear them referred to as the alleged offender. And sometimes you see people get really upset and go, why are you saying alleged? We all know they did it. No, you don't say alleged, they did it. You go, no, the term has legal meaning. When you go like murderer, rapist, terrorist, all these things, once you're doing a criminal prosecution, those terms have a legal meaning. You are only those things if you have been convicted of it in a court of law. Hence, pre-trial, during trial, you are alleged, even if it's super fucking obvious you did it. People get upset. Thinking, don't say alleged, they definitely did it. And well, no. We're talking about a legal term here. Once you're going into courts, the words have legal meaning. Oh gosh, things on. Chechen Scientology wants to sue someone. They never actually want to take them to court. The evidence come to light. Oh, yeah. I did a video on them. The Church of Scientology is a dangerous cult, because I was quoting a judge in a UK case where Scientology tried to threaten someone with a lawsuit, and the person didn't back down and went to court. And of course they lost. Of course they fucking lost. And the judge, in his pronouncement, called them a dangerous cult. And so I could just repeat what the judge said, because that was a judge in a court who said that. So, all right. Okay, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to wash my hands because they're a bit sticky. Und get some stuff. Tom Cruise is just a fucking weirdo. Tom Cruise stopped being a normal human person, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, possibly earlier than that. He's a fucking weirdo, which is stating the bleeding obvious, really. Everyone in Hollywood's a weirdo. Even the people I like in Hollywood are weirdos. And the music industry. Entertainers. you stop being a normal person. When you get famous, it's not possible for you to be a normal person. That possibility is actually taken away from you. Oh, yeah. Okay, Safa. I've got a book. I haven't opened the thing, but it's definitely a book. Whatever. Okay, I need to go and wash my hands, and I'm not going to make any more cocktail videos tonight because I'm a little bit ahead, and I'm going to do a stream tomorrow night, and I'll make some more tomorrow night. I'm going to go and get some stuff I have in the fridge and freezer and wash my hands. Not really going to be long enough to load the AZ thing. I might just do some elevator music and show the bar while I'm gone. What's a fun bit? We'll do lo-fi, I think. Play some lo-fi. This will literally only take me a minute, maybe two. That looks pretty though, doesn't it? This is a nice setup. I did a pretty good job setting this up, quite honestly. I'm pretty good. Let's switch the lo-fi off. All right. Oh, Justin, you're all wired up. Nice. Signal me. Look at this. I'm not sure if you can tell. This is a tiny little glass, a mini coupette. This is the most recent glassware I've added. It's actually a birthday present for Mrs. Angry. Just really cute for when you want a small drink. It's like half the size of my other coupe. Yeah, the music's actually pretty good. I have not had freezer martini in ages, it feels like. I love it because it can't freeze because of the alcohol content, but it gets slightly viscous like the water element wants to freeze. That's so cool. So yeah, is freezer martini a bingo square? Well, that's been a lonely bingo square. I haven't had freezer martini for weeks, I don't think. Oh, yum. Really fucking good. Well, you know what? I think next time I might dirty that up. Dirty it up. Yeah, the Zen music. That was the lo-fi. Okay, so a book. What is the book? Oh, it's a couple of booklets. Okay, there's a letter. Is there a letter that there's a CD, there's a DVD. People still send you DVDs. It's called The Restoration of Rome. Holy shit, a DVD. Dear friend, here's the literature you recently requested. We know you will find it profitable as you study God's Word. Thank you for your interest in tomorrow's world. We hope you'll let us know whenever we can be of further assistance. Oh gosh. So did Toby specifically request this for me? The real God, proofs and promises. Acts of God, why natural disasters? Yes, I'm opening a religious mail, Megaleech. So that's a square, I think. Why is the God of the universe not real to most people today? Why is there so much skepticism and doubt about God? Because there's no such thing. Okay. Questions about God? Have you ever wondered where God actually exists? Can you know for sure? Can you prove it? Is there one true God or many gods? Is there idea of God product of human imagination? Yes. Does it make any difference if you believe in God? Depends what you do with that belief. For much of the last century, many have taken for granted that science can explain the universe without God. His existence is doubtful at best. Yeah. Goodness me. The God of the Bible challenges us to prove he really exists, and he offers specific ways to do that. The real God predicts the future and challenges anyone to do... Oh, for fuck's sake. They're just moronic. 87% of Americans say they believe in God. Many Americans live their... Actually, true statement. So there are at least a couple of... Well, there's at least one true statement in here. Approximately 87% of Americans say they believe in God, yet many Americans live their lives as if God does not exist. True fucking statement. Hypocrites, the bunch of them. So, can I find another true statement? So I'm really glossing. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. New evidence, new lessons. David wrote in a psalm more than 3,000 years ago. The fool said in his heart, there is no God. Solomon stated that the mouths of fools pour forth pure foolishness. Well, you know what? Honestly, some randos who may or may not have actually existed, but stories that were folktales from 3,000 years ago said a thing. Case fucking closed. Marxist communism proved to be a dismal failure that caused untold suffering. That's a reasonable statement. Freud's psychological theories have largely been discredited. See, there are some true statements in here. So, anything. Charles Darwin and his free-thinking contemporaries. Evolutionary theories of Darwin supposedly did away with need of creator God. No, they didn't. Evolution is not about the origins of life. Evolution is how life progresses. And I believe Darwin was a Christian. I don't think he was an atheist. I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. So I could get a free copy of Evolution and Creation, What Both Sides Miss. Gosh. The theory of evolution cannot explain the origin of Earth, origin of life. No, it's not about the origin of life at the cellular level. It's about evolution, even though the thing was called Origin of the Species. It's like, that's no big insight. Origins of the universe and origins of life are different parts of science. Dumb. Okay, that's my first shock take. This is dumb. Bet you didn't think I was going to come to that conclusion. No, the way that captures the line. Let's move. All right. Proof 1. Creation demands a creator. Well, who created the creator? You fucking morons. It's like the dumbest circular argument. Now, I am not the expert in the concepts of. I think it's okay, I'm going to look it up because I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Scientific term for orgasm. Wow. No. Origin of life. That's it. Abiogenesis. I just know I was going to pronounce it wrong if I didn't look it up. Abiogenesis. Again, it's completely fucking different to evolution. Ugh. Creation demands a creator. Who created the creator, you fuckhead? I'm also not well versed enough in the theories of abiogenesis to give you a good answer on it. Physicists have formulated laws concerning thermodynamics. Energy in the universe remains constant. Amount of usable energy in a closed system is decreasing. That means the universe is running down. Thus, it could not have existed forever in the past and will not exist forever into the future. It had a beginning. Yeah. The existence of radioactive elements. Okay, talking about half-life. Points to a beginning. No. See, again, they're either just lying or ignorant. Oh, a biogenesis. Thank you, Laura. And Megaleech said it too. Still pronounced it wrong. Depends where you went to school. No, you're right. I was wrong. And Strictly Sega, hello. Justin was talking about Ben Roberts-Smith. Basically, as I said, I think Ben Roberts-Smith must be really angry at that Ben Roberts-Smith guy who completely destroyed Ben Roberts-Smith's reputation. Damn. This is such a frustrating argument that religious people put forward. Oh, you're talking about the Big Bang, but what caused the Big Bang? What's it created? It's like, well, what created God, you fucks? Jesus Christ. It's such a dumb non-argument. It's annoying as hell. Oh, nice. Okay, waiting for Abigail to get enfoodened with sushi. Anyway, proof 2. Proof 1 was bullshit. Just like, there must have been a creator. Shut up, you idiot. That's not an argument. I'm telling a book to shut up because I'm smart. I am the smart SMRT. Origin of Life presents another challenge to those who want to reject the idea of a supernatural God. Evolution. Oh God, again, they're just talking bullshit. Evolutionists have suggested life forms spontaneously in a pool of chemicals. We're told that carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen. Okay, here's the thing: abiogenesis. It's a mindfuck. I have read some stuff on it, and it's a really difficult concept. And I'm not sure to what degree the people at the cutting edge of this are still just working on unproven hypotheses, and which ones actually have enough evidence that they can put forward a credible theory for them. I don't know. I am not an expert. See, again, this is the argument of a fucking moron. Okay, they're saying like it developed over eons and turned into cells. May sound plausible. Biochemists know better. Scientists who've tried to produce life by these methods have learned it's much more difficult than their theories would suggest. One DNA molecule contains more information than any volume of any encyclopedia. Proposing this evolutionary theory of life's origins is analogous to suggesting that an explosion in a junkyard could produce a fully assembled automobile, and this automobile could then begin reproducing itself. No, it fucking doesn't. That is bullshit. That is abso fucking. It's so stupid. That is so fucking stupid. That is absolutely not analogous to scientific investigation. It is fucking stupid. That is the argument of a goddamn moron. So yeah, I mean, it's a really complicated and involved thing, and these people are fucking morons. What's it? Proof 3. Laws demand a lawgiver. Science exists because scientists understand universe operates in an orderly manner, according to laws of physics, chemistry, etc. Evolutionists begin their speculations assuming that rules or natural laws work the same in the beginning as they do now. Gravity holds planets in their orbits. Our bodies exist because chemicals combine in certain ways. I am in a mood, Safa. I definitely am. Oh, yes, Laura, I will do Angry Bunch soon. Biology textbooks refer to fixity of species. I've never heard that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I've never heard of it. Genetic limit to the amount of variance that can occur within a species. Time has exposed serious problems with Darwin's ideas. I'm not surprised that there are holes in Darwin's ideas. In the intervening centuries, we may have fucking found stuff that Darwin didn't know. That's not a goddamn surprise. Okay, here's a dumb argument. No one's been able to produce new species by selective breeding. Dogs may vary in color, size, characteristics, but they're still dogs. Is a Chihuahua an Irish wolfhound? Just asking. Are they? Is the Chihuahua the same as an Irish fucking wolfhound? And, you know, a whole bunch of weird fucking crossbreeding has actually happened. But anyway. Okay, I think they're about to say another thing that's just straight up factually wrong here. Fossil record supports this biblical principle. Darwin speculated intermediate forms of life must have existed as species evolved, yet he knew this was not the case. He wrote on the origin of species, why then is not every geological formation and every stratum full of such intermediate links? Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain. Now, again, my limited knowledge of archaeology is that when archaeologists are being honest, they're saying the fossil record is probably telling us less than 1% of the story because of stuff that doesn't fossilize. Like a really specific set of things has to happen for remains to fossilize. So just an absolutely minuscule amount of life from previous eons is revealed in the fossil record. So that's just fucking stupid. This is where I thought they were going to go, which is factually wrong. They're going on about, Or species appear in the geologic record. They appear fully formed. This makes sense if they're created. No, bullshit. It's like they used to say, like, oh, you know, so how did birds arrive? Why aren't there dinosaur birds? And we have subsequently learned through better research there fucking were dinosaur birds. So yeah, that is a simple factual. God, I tied myself a knot there. That's an error, a factual error. That's bullshit, is what that is. Yeah, no. And now they're saying because people in science refer to things like the law of gravity, the law of community, he's going, oh, but if there's a law, someone must have created the law. That is the argument of a fucking 5-year-old. That is the argument of a not particularly bright 5-year-old. Yes, exactly, Megaleech. Not only were there dinosaur birds are still fucking dinosaurs. But yeah, no, there were feathered dinosaurs. We now know that for a fact, including things like T-Rex. Like, the sad fact is paleontology has made a shit ton of errors because soft tissue doesn't fossilize. And yes, absolutely true, Dr. Abigail. If the entire fossil record disappeared, we still have overwhelming evidence for evolution. This is just saying things that just aren't true and is using the logic and arguing of a fucking 5-year-old. As if like, well, it must have come from somewhere. Shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, and design demands a designer. Shut the fuck up. It's like, oh, if you found a watch in the desert, you wouldn't assume it spontaneously. We are not purpose-built machines. We are the result of billions of years of incremental changes. A watch, a motor, is a purpose-built device created by an intelligent being that individual things are put together to perform a particular task. We weren't put together to form a particular past. We were billions of years of fucking trial and error. And that's their argument. The author of the book doesn't understand how these things had happened, therefore God did it. Well, that's a fun one, Heine. And I think I have read about that. Yeah. Sometimes the fossils had internal organs fossilized. But yeah, incredibly rare. Like even just the bones being fossilized is incredibly rare. Hello, Kirsten. Nice to see you back. I am in mid-tear on this silly book. Yeah, so design, that's just dumb. Design demands fulfilled prophetic promises. Like some of the most compelling evidence for an all-powerful supernatural God comes from the disciplines of history and no, now we're just getting stupid. I thought the other stuff was stupid. Proof, answered prayer. Fuck off. We are now in pure fantasy. Wow, that degenerated. Well, you know what? I feel like I pointed out they made a couple of factual statements in here. They made a couple of factual statements, and then they just said some stupid shit. Yes, the kids are evolving, Strictly Sega. I agree. Evolving faster. You know what? I got a special bitters here somewhere. In fact, right, no, that's the whiskey bitters, which is also good bitters. Oh, come on, Space Mimsy, don't fall off. It's just like attached with Velcro, so I can easily knock Space Mimsy off. Space Mimsy is still up in orbit, looking down on us, even though she's not on this mortal plane anymore. Oh, I could do my whole semi-intelligent routine again. Semi-intelligent design routine. It's fucking that term, which is just creationists in a cheap suit. It's people who do just want to push just brain dead creationist bullshit, but pretend they're not. They talk about intelligent design. We're an example of intelligent design. As I've said many times, semi-intelligent design is the best I will give it. Like, overall, humans are only going to get a C, a passing grade, but just barely. Oh, sorry, Laura, did you not know? That's a while since someone hasn't known about Mimsy, because it was months ago. Yes, we had to take, she was just incredibly unwell, and we had to take her for that last visit to the vet. It was tough. And in fact, we didn't do it the first time we were going to because it was too upsetting, but we realized it was just the right thing. Well, that's what this says, Safa, created in the image of God. But I kind of like the version of God in Preacher, both the comic book, which I actually read back in the 90s, and the TV series, which I finally watched this year. Because with all the fucked up shittiness of humans and how fucked and flawed we are, how does that possibly make sense with an all-powerful creator? And it was basically a bit like the Roman or Greek gods, quite flawed, but God created humans, and he gave humans the ability to not love him and like not believe in him, because he wanted humans to choose to believe in him and love him. And because he was insecure, basically. So that's why we have free will, because God's insecure and deliberately gave us the power to not believe in him and not love him. And he wanted us to choose to love him. Anyway, I'm going to find these bitters. Japanese umami bitters. They actually have fish in them. Here they are. It's the most recent bitters I bought. Japanese umami bitters. Few drops, unique dimension to your cocktail. It's got kelp, shiitake mushrooms, dried bonito, yuzu, alcohol, and water. So, umami. Oh, God, yes, Safa. The Old Testament God is mad for war. Absolutely mad for war. All right, I'm going to have one more freezer martini, but I'm going to put a dash of these Japanese bitters in it because they're salty. Dirty up my martini a little bit. I like it dirty. Got a dusty martini. Put a few drops, and I might put a few more. Oh yeah, no, I got this specifically for martinis, Kirsten. Yeah, no, I got it specifically for martinis. I just decided to dirty up my freezer martini a little bit, just stirring it with my finger because I'm classy. Oh, that's bringing the umami. Maybe even a couple more drops. Oh man. Couple more drops. I actually have not pickle brine, olive brine in the fridge. So I think when I top this up, I'm going to put some olive brine in, dirty it all up a bit. Yeah, they say to just use this in cocktails generally, but I just immediately went martini. And umami bitters for martini. Fuck, that's good. That's just so good with a martini. It just brings in this earthiness. That's like if I put the olive brine in, it's straight up salty, which I don't mind, Yes, I know. I'm playing up the dirty, Safa. I'm playing up the dirty. That's how I like it. I like it dirty. Actually, my preference in martinis is dry, but mix things up. That's what I do. I mix things up. So if I do the olive brine, it just makes it salty, which I like. This is different. It's umami rather than salty. This is like it's the mushroom and the fish element. The saltiness is coming from the bonito, and the umami is coming from the mushroom. And it's like, I had there's a Duff energy drink because two different people have tried to sell a beer in Australia and call it Duff and have it look like the Duff beer in The Simpsons. The first ones, it was unlicensed and they got shut down by 20th Century Fox, Disney, Boeing, whatever the fucking mega corporation is. They got shut down because they didn't have the rights to do it. And that was a long time ago. That was like 20, 25 years ago. And then about 10 years ago, someone actually worked out a license with the Simpsons people. So we actually want to make a Duff beer in Australia. And so they worked out a license, and lo and behold, Duff beer, the cans look just like Duff on The Simpsons. And then that got derailed because some concerned parents complained that was like marketing to the kids, like having an actual beer that looked like something from The Simpsons was marketing beer to kids, which I think is kind of bullshit. But yeah, so that got taken off the market because of that. So both times it's, man, I should have bought a couple cases of Duff beer and then just kept it and held it for the collector market and then sold it and made a massive profit of maybe $50. But so, yeah, you can get an energy drink that looks like a Duff can from The Simpsons. And I've also seen an energy drink called a Flaming Mo. So Krabby Patty burgers. Yes, the secret ingredient is plankton. Man, okay, this is actually really... Man, I'm glad I bought these bitters. These make a really fucking good different dirty martini. Shit. I'm going to break a glass there. I like mixing things up. Getting some water from the melted ice. Oh yeah, my youngins definitely watched SpongeBob. Watched a shit ton of SpongeBob. Well, it depends. How comfortable do you feel, Dr. Abigail? Do you want to eat sushi on camera, or do you want to finish eating sushi and then be on camera? Laura wants to join too. I don't mind either way. Works for me. And this is where we find out also if you're the best known ninja, does that mean you're a bad ninja? All right, send in the link. So it always cracks me up. If our resident ninja / assassin, sorry, officer, just joking, he's not really a contract killer. What's that? A beer name? Monty Python's Holy Ale. Tempered over burning witches. Nice. Holy Ale. I wonder if that was licensed or if they were running the ragged edge there. Hello, Laura.
Hello there. Good afternoon here in the UK, at least.
And Dr. Abigail. Okay, see, you've both been really creative with subheadings, and I haven't, and I feel
Hello.
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 Hi.
Sorry, I missed all of that.
Oh, just generally saying, it's true. Look, is wondering the resident ninja had just been silently lurking in the background.
Well, man, good.
Oh, you know, and here he is, just establishing an alibi. What?
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I was on a live stream on Friday night. I have no idea how those 5 bodies got in the boot of that car at the bottom of the river. I don't know anything about it.
Shut up, boy.
I always wonder, like what's just happening on the other side of the camera with him? Like, is there someone just being dropped into a 44-gallon drum full of cement or something? And we
No,
just don't.
no, it's when you get deer, like people who hunt deer or something, and they hang them on the wall. It's just a whole wall full of heads.
Trophies,
No.
yes. No, of course not.
No, oh, good boy. Oh,
No,
good man.
it's more like predator skulls.
Yeah, with the spine.
Yeah,
attached.
Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was that one,
Or a collection of fingers.
Yeah. There was that one great shot in Predator 2 with the guy who was pretending like he was voodoo and whatnot, and he was casting the bones, and he saw his own doom, and he screamed, and the shot actually stayed on his face with the scream, and then it pulled out, and the Predator was holding his head and trailing the spine along. And they did the cut really well from the real guy to a prosthetic head and whatnot. And for that was 20 or 30 years ago. I don't even remember how long ago that came out. Like you could fake it with digital effects now without huge drama, but that was a mix of really good editing, some digital tweaking, and practical effects. And they did it really quite well. Strictly Sega, yes, the new Spider-Man cartoon is out, which I've heard only good things about, and I friggin' love the first one, Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
I thought that was great.
I saw this today.
You saw it today? Did you like it?
Yeah, it's wicked.
Yeah, no, everyone says it's good. So yeah. Oh, Kirsten, there's been Oh yeah, no, there was one that's apparently really misogynist or something, and everyone said, and too many people said, I'm so not being at the same event with someone who's using that really off name. And the organizers eventually went, ooh, okay, everyone's saying this is not good. Maybe it's not good.
Oh yeah,
maybe we watch it too.
I'll go see my friends, Josh and Fox tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Should we tell their families to say goodbye tonight? Is that what you mean?
Ah,
by going
shut
to see
up,
them?
man!
No, it's actually
No.
genuinely a social call. It's genuinely a social call. Okay.
No.
Or is it a social call?
That's what I
Doc,
mean.
no.
Surely their family would want to know if we should tell them tonight. Say your goodbyes.
Yeah, that works.
Visit them.
No, I'm going to be visiting.
That was it, Kirsten. I forgot what it was. They called it barely legal. And some people said, why are you doing shit like that? And yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. I think that I love the style of those Miles Morales animated Spider-Mans. Just that it's such... I feel like they really tried to capture... They didn't try to do things like frames and stuff with comics, but they've just gone, you know what? These were originally comics. Comics is its own thing. It's really expressive. And they just completely free-formed with the art style, and I thought it's so well done. And
Hey,
also,
haha.
they had the first one had the best post-credits scene ever. Like, I literally started just roaring with laughter. It's like you watch the movie and it's been all this funky graphics and animation, and then there's a bit mid credits, and it's done in the 1970s Saturday morning Spider-Man comics, like the really shitty animation. It wasn't Spider-Man; it was some different characters, and then they just started pointing at each other and going, "You,"
Yeah, I saw that.
like the
I saw
meme.
that.
Yeah, I
Yo,
cracked up.
you did that.
I
Dude.
tend to really enjoy the mid and end credit sequences in Marvel movies, but that's the one that I just cracked up at. It was so funny.
Me too.
Didn't see it coming. It was very funny.
I saw that. It's wicked.
Yeah. Well, I'm still not cinema guy because
Ah,
bad flu and global pandemic and that sort of thing. Even though I've had all the boosters and my flu vax, I'm literally thinking the thing that gets me out might be the second June movie, because that was literally the last movie I watched in a cinema was June Part 1. And I love it. And Part 2's coming out. And even just like the teaser trailer and stuff.
but the other Spider-Man is on really soon. The other one.
A live action Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I think the last
Yeah.
movie I
Get that
watched,
guy can get that why the other one.
Yeah.
I think the last movie I watched at the cinema was the second of the new Star Wars movie. So
Hey, saw that one.
yeah,
That was the last good Star Wars movie. But apparently they are gearing up to do more movies, and they do have some interesting people putting them together. So maybe what's it, about a 5-year hiatus of movies? Maybe that's been good, and we'll end up with some good movies. Who knows?
I said, Dr. Hey,
Dr. Abigail's loving the sushi.
hey, more.
He wants some too.
Yeah, it's more. That was.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I bought this.
Yeah, you seem
Well,
happy.
today.
Oh,
I
I bought way too much.
because the various Star Wars and Marvel series, have been up and down. I honestly haven't hated any of them, but it's been sort of up and down. Yeah, with Andor unmistakably king of the hill, and some things like. But I read this thing recently, and I don't know how true it is, because when you read something in media, going, they might have made that up. I don't know, but the makers like Jon Favreau and everyone, they actually didn't want to do a third season of The Mandalorian. They wanted to wrap up what The Mandalorian and Baby Yoda were up to in the Book of Boba Fett. But Disney's just gone, nah, we make so much money off Baby Yoda toys. You are doing another Baby Yoda series. And that could explain
That explains why.
Season 3 was a bit all over the place. Because the makers actually, their heart wasn't in it. But again, I'm always a little bit wary when you read, that explains it. And you go, that also seems a bit of a neat explanation. And I don't know if life's actually that neat. But Andor Series 2 at some point in a year or so, when the writer's strike is over.
I did like that Andor series.
Andor's the best. Andor is the best thing they've done. It's amazing. Actually just showing, I love the idea, there's no heroes, there's no Jedi, there's no noble houses. It's the different people whose lives are getting fucked up by everything that's happening and what they go through.
There's a fan theory that the guy on Coruscant, played by Skarsgård,
Yeah,
you know, the antique dealer,
yeah.
was a Jedi.
Okay.
And,
Yeah, go.
hang on, hear me out.
Yeah.
So he has had to shut himself off from the Force
Mm-hmm.
and become like, you know how he gives that speech, how he had to become become his enemy to fight the enemy.
Yeah.
He had to drag himself through the mud to fight them, and he can never go back. It's why he gave Andor the Kyber crystal. That was from his lightsaber. He can never use it again. He's had to cut himself off from the Force in order to fight them. And like, if he ever gets back in touch with the Force again, like, he's dragged himself through so much muck, he'll probably just turn
He'd
to
be
the
a
dark
Sith.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and
Fun-
I like that fan theory.
Fun theory. Counterpoint. Fuck
It
Jedi
is.
worship.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the theory. It is a fan theory.
I like it. Do you remember the Simpsons episode with Lucy Lawless in it, and she's doing the fan thing? And whenever the nerd's upset her, she just goes, "Wizards did it." That's what that feels like to me.
Okay.
Space Wizards did it, and it's like, but and my counterpoint, I would actually not rule out that becoming the canon storyline. I would definitely not rule it out, but until it is, my huge problem with it is that's essentially Wizards did it. Whereas to me, Andor and Rogue One were all about the ordinary people whose lives are destroyed by war, who do terrible things during war in the service of their cause. And it's completely divorced from the Jedi and the Sith and the great and powerful. It's just these people who are in the fucking mud. And I think if that was ultimately revealed to be the truth, that takes away from it. I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, but like, you watch Star Wars for space wizards. If you want dark, gritty realism, you watch a World War II movie.
But that's what Rogue One was. That's what Andor was. And that was the gritty war movie. That was the only Star Wars that tried to bring the real elements of war in. Because although it's all space battles and land battles, but it's all epic and exciting and glorious. And Rogue One and Andor are not epic, exciting, and glorious. They're dirty and grubby. And the good guys do fucked up shit all the time.
Yeah, it's a different look and feel to Star Wars that the rest of Star Wars doesn't have.
Yeah, but I just love, and again, I love Star Wars. I'm mad for Star Wars. Like, hear me. Like, I love the first two sequel movies. Rise of Skywalker is an embarrassment, but I love the other ones. And they're space opera, and I love the original Star Wars. And there are elements of the I kind of need, after all the conversations we've had, I need to re-watch the prequels. Because I love the set pieces. The space battles were good. I actually love the land battles more. I thought the land battles were extremely good. But I need to watch it again. Yeah, I think even the most ardent defender would say George Lucas can't write realistic dialogue for shit. I mean, the dialogue in those movies is fucking embarrassing.
Yeah. There can be a case made that you should watch what's it called again? The Clone Wars series in between episodes 2 and 3, which would take a fuckload of time.
It would. There's a few seasons of that. Yeah, and I never watched any. I watched little bits of it, and lots of people have said it's good. Lots of people
It
said
is good.
the Bad
It
Batch is
is.
good.
Yeah, but
I just don't
it
have
really
time.
it fills in a lot of the gaps, like of Anakin's story arc
Yeah.
and his
Oh, and-
downfall that the movies don't capture
Yeah,
properly.
absolutely. And that's why I always bring up the Gennady Tartakovsky Clone Wars shorts. They
Mhm.
give Anakin just these short animations give Anakin more depth than the movies do. They explain so much.
I remember those. They were
Yeah, those are
really good.
And Safa, you are absolutely spot on. And I was conscious as I was saying that Andor's not about the great and powerful, but Mon Mothma is a powerful politician who eventually
but
leads
she
the
had to-
rebellion. You are right.
She had to drag herself through a bit of muck as well. She had to get her hands dirty.
That
in
was
Andor.
really well done. She's trying to balance because she's an opposition politician, but she's being a mainstream opposition politician while doing all this under the table shit with people trying to start a rebellion. And particularly, I'm hoping in subsequent seasons of Andor, the extremists get more airtime. Because
And the fact
Saw
that
Gerrera, that's a great character. Saw Gerrera is a great character. Someone who's clearly just gone at a certain point, oh no, I'm just going to blow shit up and I'm just going to fucking kill people and fuck the Empire.
Yeah. Well, you see more of Saul in I was
Clone
about to
Wars.
say Better Call Saul.
Clone
In
Wars.
I think in Rebels. But yeah, like Mon Mothma, the way she had to compromise her values so much
Yeah.
just to maintain her
Yeah.
position.
But the way
Yeah,
they have
that
the
was
people at
pretty
the
awesome.
tiers, like Mon Mothma and our antique dealer, and then Andor, and fucking Saw Gerrera is out here just going, man, I'm probably just going to blow some shit up and fucking kill some people.
Yeah.
And with those, and they're the good guys, and
Mhm. Yeah.
and it's just because the Empire is so bad. And I love it. It's like the central argument of Andor is basically violent resistance is required against fascism.
Well,
You
the
can't
the real good guy was that kid writing the manifesto.
wasn't his manifesto good? It was actually a
The
really
idealist.
good manifesto. Yeah.
Mm.
But it's just like all the other Star Wars is the epic story, which I love, I genuinely love, and it's great and whatnot. But this one is just, you know what? Push comes to shove, you have to violently resist fascism. You can't beat them in the marketplace of ideas. You can't debate in a parliamentary democracy to overthrow fascism. You have to fucking do it.
Yep.
And we're seeing characters who are the by any means necessary. So look, no, Pat's not hitting up chicks. He's taking contracts.
What? No, I don't play games.
Yeah, the games. Yeah.
I play games.
When Pat puts the little skull and crossbones next to the photos on that thing, it's a
Oh,
game.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
that
a
works.
game.
That
Okay,
works.
again, we all know everyone from the NSA to ASIO and Signals Intelligence Branch here. They can monitor literally everything. And I do want to point out to all those people who could see this, it's just jokes. It's just jokes. Pat is definitely not the most feared contract killer in Australia. I don't think he's not. Look at that smile.
And any questions raised by that statement can be answered by that statement.
I know. In fact, if you ever come, if we get to hang out in Melbourne again, Pat, I'm actually going to get a T-shirt that's printed, "My friend Pat is definitely not a contract killer," with an arrow, and I'm just going to walk on that side of you.
You don't know
So
where,
when
man.
people start asking me, I'm just going to say, "You're asking questions that are already answered by the shirt."
Yeah, you know where.
Well, why do you feel it's necessary to have that shirt? I just want everyone to know. Pat's definitely not a contract killer.
hmm So speaking of Star Trek, I have an
Yes.
anecdote
Oh my god,
that
we
I
haven't
recently.
done that segue for so long.
Sorry,
Oh,
did you
Oh,
just
yeah.
Star Trek, Star Wars?
That's
Yeah.
just like my long lost cousin that I haven't seen for years. Knock at the door and go, "My God, you're here."
Yeah.
Yeah, where
So
man.
speaking of Star Trek,
Yes.
I have an anecdote I recently found out about the movie Idiocracy.
That's right. You said you had an idiocracy thing. Go.
Yes. So, the costume department on Idiocracy,
Yeah.
they didn't have the biggest budget, right? So they'd put all these costumes together, and don't spoil it, anyone in chat. They put all these costumes together, and they were running out of money, and so they thought, well, everything has to. It's the future, so everything has to look kind of stupid, but also kind of futuristic.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do about shoes? And
Right.
they found this. They were running out low on money, so they found this startup company nearby that were making these absolutely ridiculous shoes, and they looked stupid, but they were perfect for this movie. So everyone in the future got these shoes, and they looked absolutely stupid. And the producer's like, well, what if they take off and everyone's wearing them in the future? And and then like the counterpoint was, look at them, they're so stupid. Turns out they're Crocs, and
Crocs.
everyone
Okay.
and everyone's wearing idiot shoes in like True story.
I
It's
saw
a true
friend
story.
who had-
Yeah.
I saw a friend who had some Crocs on a couple of weeks back, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe that's a place I can find cute coloured shoes in my size. That's the only justification for wearing Crocs.
You never know
I
what
think-
you find. You know, that was the whole thing with pinky boots.
The only justification I've heard of is surgeons.
Oh.
I've seen surgeons, too many surgeons wearing Crocs, and just thought, oh yeah, that
'Cause you
actually
can
works.
Slip them on and
And clean them easily, and yeah.
Oh,
But-
how
I'm
about, how
intrigued
about,
by this question.
how about electricians? So they're already earthed.
That
They're
could work.
wait. What do you mean they're already earthed? They're meant
Rubber
to be
soles.
isolated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, isolated. That's what I meant.
But I think they just wear rubber-soled shoes.
Yeah, like we've already got that covered.
Yeah.
The
Nice.
problem is not the practicality. The problem is they are butt ugly. They are
The
just
standard Croc is pretty ugly. I think I have a pair of Crocs somewhere. I don't know exactly where. I feel like I have something. All right, so Kirsten, your ones were light, comfortable for traveling. So again, that's a good, simple, practical reason for having them.
But there are a ton of other shoes that fit that same purpose that do not look butt ugly.
Yeah, I love. I saw a shop that sold Crocs, and there was a little like Croc mascot that was built out of Crocs, but had arms and legs, and I was like, is that supposed to look endearing? Because that's terrifying. Your little
I don't know.
bloody anthropomorphized Croc is incredibly unsettling.
I don't get it, but I've never worn them. I remember I was at a partner's place, and she came out wearing Crocs, and I immediately just stared at them and said, "What are those?" The Black
What?
Panther quote. And she hadn't seen the movie, and immediately got defensive, and
Oh, that's right. That was Suri to
yeah.
to T'Challa. She's very expressive when she does the big up thing. What are those? Oh dear. Okay, and left field. I didn't mind the sequel. I'm sure it was actually
good.
again Angela Bassett playing the devastated mum because T'Challa died. Pretty sure she found it easy to channel that. I think it was devastating for everyone when he died. It was just, but I think sequel's not as good as the original, but it's not bad. I enjoyed it.
Didn't need Ironheart.
Well, you know how they work. They're just everything's an ad for the next thing they're going to do.
Oh. But they don't need to do that. They could
But
just
they're obsessed.
have the movie.
They're obsessed with marketing. They're obsessed with and yes,
Yeah.
honestly, the entire movie could have worked without Ironheart. If you took Ironheart out, in fact, the movie would have been tighter and probably would have worked better. I think you raise a good point, but it's just Marvel. Everything is an ad for something else they're going to do. Oh, neat! Kirsten put Crocs in the Discord. Where are they?
I also put my cat in the Discord.
I literally just opened and went, was that a fake out from Kirsten? Instead of oh god, that's just loading absurdly slowly.
And I just want to put this on the record.
Yeah.
If you have Crocs and you like your Crocs and you wear Crocs, live your best life. Like,
Absolutely.
do it. I will still judge you,
Yeah.
but do
Okay.
you, fam? Like,
okay. What the hell? Okay. So Kirsten is showing her Crocs and they actually look interesting. But I'm going to give you the entire experience of ridiculous fucking pop-ups that just happened to me. And we get to do it. So okay, so look at pop-up after pop-up. Sign up for 15% off. But look, spin the wheel. I could get
I hate those.
$9 off. Nice.
Oh,
Okay, let's spin the wheel.
I say you lost.
Oh, who knows? We just got the least valuable one. That's probably absolute legit. Oh no, one of them's almost. One of them's nothing. All right, fuck. But look at those.
Whoa,
Okay.
look at my
Okay, I like those.
I can see why you like those.
Problem
They don't
is-
have the weird holes and stuff that make general Crocs so ugly. No, I absolutely see why you like
they
those.
also have a
But do they
sneaker
make them in 11s?
version.
My 14s.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the other thing also loaded, which I literally thought was what Kirsten had actually posted, but that's Dr. Abigail's cat being a doofus. So
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
as a cool picture, that is the
Such
cat.
a doofus.
It's like, please pay attention to me. It's like,
He that is don't touch me.
oh,
That-
really?
that-
That looks
that
like
pose.
You what?
He sleeps like that.
That's a weird cat.
He is a
That's so
weird cat.
You know my Wiggers cat. You did me right there. What
Oh.
once?
Sorry, Strictly Sega posted something in the Discord, and I was wondering, what the hell is this? But it's Idiocracy.
Is that Is that Hank Hill? No, from-
Cleaver.
Huh?
What is called being? But that's
That's
yeah,
a
the,
weird in the
the
head.
idiocracy thing of unintelligent people breeding a lot. Which, as I said,
Yeah, but the one circled
Hang on,
down
hang
the
on,
bottom.
hang on. Is it just me, or does the picture at the top, the bigger the head, does that look a bit like young Pat? And all the other circles,
Hey!
and all the circles
that,
are the
mate?
dead people.
That's how
actually, I can see young
Look
Pat
at that
in
red.
that.
It's young Pat and all the dead people.
Oh,
There is also a goat. I found a
Huzzah!
goat in there.
okay, that's a little Easter egg if you look really closely. Okay.
Yeah, there's a goat. There's a propane dealer. There's a
that's red.
chimpanzee. I found a chimpanzee all the way on the left.
Okay. Oh, there's a dog in there too.
Where's
there's
the
you.
dog?
On the left.
Oh, yeah. I found the dog. Yep. The goat
There's
is
you.
bottom right.
Oh, yes.
That-
Yeah. So,
Yes.
as I said, it's
Aye,
it-
good. Aye.
it is the whole thing with idiocracy. It is a little amusing, but again, at best, it's classist and snobby. At worst, it's fucking eugenics. It's literally if you took it literally, and I don't think Mike Judge takes it literally. I think Mike Judge was just having fun and being silly. But if you took it literally, it's absolutely saying we should decide who is allowed to procreate and who isn't, and that's fucking eugenics.
Yeah.
And just broadly,
Yes, and there is.
say
Yeah,
that,
there's a.
Mike Judge has made a lot of good product. King of the Hill, Beavis and Butthead, Silicon Valley was a great show.
Was
I really
he-
enjoyed.
Did he do guy works a computer company and he hates his job, so he gets hypnotherapy and ends up not bothering going.
Oh, Office Space.
Office Space. Thank you.
Yes, that's a Mike Judge film. Yeah,
Love that movie. Shame I couldn't
that's
remember
very
the name.
good. And yeah, that very funny plot twist where he's getting the hypnotism and he's never brought out of it, so he just doesn't give a shit about anything, and so he shakes everything up because he doesn't give a shit anymore. There are a few pretty funny jokes about the drudgery of office life in that one.
Hmm.
Love, what's her name? Jennifer Aniston's character. She's working in that theme restaurant where he's supposed to wear flair, and the boss says, like, "I want to talk to you about your flair. You know, you're supposed to wear at least 6 pieces of flair." And she goes, "I'm wearing 6 pieces of flair, but look over here, like Charlie's wearing 13 pieces of flair." And she's just going, "But the rule is I wear 6 pieces of flair. But you could do," and it's just like, you know, you shouldn't be that bad a boss in a kitchen where there are sharp things and deep fryers. Bad things can happen to you, is all I'm saying. Oh,
And-
sorry,
yeah, of course,
7
like-
pieces. Kirsten's got a better memory. Oh dear.
You're doing the bare minimum.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, but that's all they freaking pay you for. It's like there's a meme I saw of it's one of those ones where the character it's shocked Pikachu, and it's like, you know, bosses pay minimum wage. Workers give minimum effort. Bosses shocked Pikachu. It's
I
like-
printed out something in order to hide it somewhere for Will to see.
Oh, nice. Bruce Willis in
Yeah.
there.
I'm gonna put it in the like
I'm actually
food
really
pantry or something.
sad. I'm really sad about Bruce Willis.
Yes, he has a form of dementia, and apparently, before going public with it, he was just being ruthlessly exploited by some filmmakers. And that's why he's done 20 films in the last 5 years that you've never heard
Yep.
of, because they were basically just trapping him into doing a film. And apparently, it was things like, because he couldn't remember scripts or anything, so he has an
He had an
earpiece
earpiece,
in,
yeah.
and someone's just telling him the next line to say, and so he just says the next line. So all
He
these
did. He also agreed to let his likeness and voice be used in AI projects in the future for future movies.
Yeah.
So that for deep fakes, basically.
Yeah. Oh god.
Same with James Earl Jones and his voice for Darth Vader.
Yeah. We are going down the toilet with that shit. Like, oh, the whole thing. And again, yet again, they released a thing like, oh, AI is a potential apocalyptic threat, like nuclear war, and like, fuck off, you. Because that's actually hype merchants. That's like the boss of Chat GPT saying that's like, fuck off, you piece of shit. That's just marketing. You are trying to say you are developing something that's all powerful. It's like, no, you're not. You're developing something that's flawed. It's actually, okay, it's very cool and I enjoy messing around with it, but it's deeply flawed, and all it's doing is synthesizing something from elements that were already created by someone else. And you've got these tech bro fucks who are convinced they'll just end up with this thing that doesn't need any humans at all and will create content. And it's just like, what those things produce is just going to get recursive and get flatter and flatter and less imaginative. Because that's the thing, your programs aren't sapient. They're not even sentient. Trees are sentient. These programs aren't sentient. They are obeying a set of rules that you build around them.
Well,
and our biggest threat is they don't understand how bad their own programming is. We're not going to get killed by a self-aware Skynet. We are going to have our lives fucked up by badly programmed applications that these fuckheads put out.
Speaking of something created by something else, can I tell a joke before I go do something?
Sure.
Yep, otherwise,
There was this guy talking to his cousin, and he asked him why he doesn't drive a taxi anymore. And his cousin said, "Oh, don't know if I can tell you that. You know, it's a bit personal." And he says, "Oh no, you can tell me. I'll keep it on the DL." And he says, "Got to promise not to tell my wife, okay?" He says, "I got you, bro. I got you back." So he says, "Okay." About 3 months ago, I was driving my taxi, and a nun stepped in. Came into my taxi, and ever since I was at Catholic school, I've had a thing for nuns. And she was hot. She was really like this hot nun, and I'm like, oh shit, what am I going to do? So later on in the drive, like I just said to her, look, I'm really sorry, but I've got a confession to make. Like I've always wanted to kiss a nun. And so the nun said, well, if you pulled over near that alley, maybe we could sort something out. But you got to be single and you got to be Catholic. And the guy said, I'm single and I'm Catholic. So he pulled over and they did the deed. And he started crying afterwards. And the nun said, oh, why are you crying? And he said, I lied. I'm so sorry, but I lied. I'm not single, and I'm not Catholic. And the nun said, well, I lied too. My name is actually Steve, and I'm on my way to a Halloween party. That's the
Okay.
joke.
Now I want
Laugh
to tell a
now.
non-joke. My dad, who was actually a convert, because my mum was raised Catholic and he wasn't, and back in the day, you actually had to convert, and he became one of those converts that's really into it, and he actually did religious education classes at state schools. They had a thing where there was an optional thing at the end of one afternoon a week. Parents could say they want their kids to go to this catechism class. My dad actually
Mhm.
took those classes. He also loved nun jokes. He loved jokes about the Pope and nuns, and so he loved Dave Allen, because Dave Allen, being Irish, had all these Catholic jokes. So my dad loved that. Very short. That's my whole preface to a very short nun joke that my dad loved to tell. Drunk guy staggers into a pub and just goes, "Can you tell me how big are penguins?" And the barman goes, "About this big." And he goes, "Oh, I'm so fucked. I just ran over a nun."
Grasshopper would like to join the stream and tell jokes.
Oh,
I have
sorry. He suddenly. I was a bit occupied. I even see it on the Facebook. Okay, one
Yeah,
second.
I have to go do a thing.
You got to
I'll
do a
be
thing.
back
Okay.
in a sec.
Bye
I
bye.
have to. I just have to mentally remember how to do this, and it's disturbing what a challenge it is for me to go into
Nun
Facebook
joke.
and get the link.
I've got a nun joke. You probably heard it. It's very old and it's probably a child one. So a couple of nuns are driving in a car at night, and suddenly a vampire jumps out in front of them, and one of the nuns says to the other, "Lean out the window and show him your cross." And the other goes, and she leans out the window and she goes, "Get out of the way, you stupid vampire!"
That's so weird.
Oh dear.
Okay, speaking about something that should be a joke, but is not
Yes.
a joke.
Yeah.
I'm going to screen share something that is just what the fuck. Something
All
really.
right. Let me get ready. What are we doing? What is this? Oh yeah. What is that? Insurance for churches?
Yeah. Again,
Yep.
it's like, yeah, don't let your church go down because you've hired some, bigoted bastard. Sorry, you've hired a paedophile.
Yeah. And you've covered it up and just moved them around so they can abuse different people in a different diocese, which is what they do.
It's not just the thing about it is I do find the Catholics do get a sort of an unfair leaning in that way. The thing is, this whole problem is all over. All churches kind of suffer these kinds of problems. It's just that the Catholic Church is one big organization as opposed to lots of little churches that have all had these issues. So to say the idea that the Catholics have got a problem, but it's not a Protestant one, is bullshit.
No, but again, the Catholics have a bigger problem than. But yeah, there was a high-profile case here in Melbourne in one of the Orthodox Jewish schools. The woman who was principal had been sexually abusing students, and when someone finally went public, she skipped the country, fled to Israel. It took like 5 years of negotiations between the Australian and Israeli government to get her back to face charges, of which she was convicted because she was fucking guilty. But yeah, any sort of closed community.
There was also that school in Sydney, like one of those prominent private schools that a lot of politicians came out of. I forget the name of it, but they found systemic sexual abuse throughout the entire bloody school, which of course was religiously based. It was a private Catholic school of some description. And like hundreds of boys were molested over the years. And the ones that did have the guts to go public years ago either got gaslit, ignored, or transplanted elsewhere so that they couldn't say anything. And it was like all sorts of different levels of fucked up. It's not just in like the churches are fucking evil for doing that, but the amount of schools that are around, not just Australia but the world, that are guilty of the same fucking thing, it is beyond atrocious.
Yeah, but any powerful closed system is like that. Like a lot of companies are like that. And people are always going about Hollywood in the entertainment industry. Yeah, no, they're fucked and whatnot. Powerful closed systems are very dangerous.
Well, for the
Hello.
longest, hello. There was that thing when the whole hashtag Me Too movement started, and all of those horrific things started coming out about Harvey Weinstein. There was a clip that kind of went semi-viral again, and it was a clip of Kurt Cobain's ex-wife, Courtney Love.
Yeah.
Her with some other female rock star or movie star, I forget whom. And they were like, any advice that you could give to any other up and coming female rock stars or female actors or actresses. And they kind of looked at each other and it's like, can we say this publicly, or we better be careful because libel, or don't accept a dinner invitation over to Harvey Weinstein's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't go to a hotel room. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
Can
And that
I
was like, yeah, go ahead.
can I show something that
sure.
someone I know bought this? It's the most edgelord thing ever.
Sorry.
It seriously, it's so edgelordy and mall ninja.
Yeah. Okay. Samurai sword.
An actual like
Is it-
actual
is-
samurai sword.
Is it dull or is it like legit sharp?
It's not legit sharp. It's pretty dull. And I'm guessing if you sharpened it, it wouldn't hold an edge for very long. It's
Right.
probably
Not good metal.
Yeah,
not
no,
good steel.
A friend of mine years ago, many years ago, he bought me Zangetsu, which is a sword from the anime Bleach.
yeah.
And it's one of those typical mall samurai swords. It was extraordinarily dull.
Yeah.
And a guy that we know by the name of James, he actually had his own business at the time, sharpening knives. And he worked predominantly for butchers and kitchens and stuff like that, like, doing legit sharpening.
Mm-hmm.
And he decided that he was going to take that sword and legit sharpen it.
And sharpen it. Okay.
And just to see what it was like. So he took the sword for a few days and he brought it back, and you could shave with it. It was fracking
Oof.
sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very, very sharp. And another friend of ours by the name of Keith got a hold of some tatami mats and brought them over.
Oh yeah.
So we went out into my backyard and we set up a few tatami mats, and they handed me the sword and said, it's your sword, so you get first swing, go for it. And I was like, that sounds great. So I walked up to the tatami mat and I swung the sword, and the sword promptly snapped. The blade of the sword promptly snapped.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
where I saw the story going.
Yeah, no, please
Yeah.
do not. Yeah, don't bother sharpening those store-bought blades because it is the weakest of weak metals.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
people go to all of the different troubles of sharpening these things, and one swing at almost anything. When that thing snapped, it was a fracking miracle it didn't go into someone's leg, or
Oh,
something
gosh,
worse.
Yeah.
Thank God at the time we didn't have dogs, because that could have ended in tragedy.
Yeah.
No, but it's just one of those things. They're great conversation pieces. They look nice if you do them right and all of that sort of stuff. But I think that there are unfortunately too many people out there that are like, I'll buy one of those, sharpen it, and be like, I am dangerous. And it's like, you have no idea how dangerous you are, not just because of the bloody sword.
Yeah.
Well, the whole reason I brought it here wasn't just to show it, but I have Sword Guy's sword now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And if you'll remember, Sword Guy, the meme, the video,
Yeah.
the legend, that is Sword Guy. I'm seeing a blank look there, Angry.
No, I remember. Sorry, I remember Sword Guy. Yeah.
I don't.
Sword Guy. I have Sword Guy's sword. It's not even sharp.
What do you get if you cross an owl and a rooster?
Sorry,
I don't know. What do you get?
That was a few minutes ago. I meant to go back to it. So just so you can fill it in.
It's like the old joke. What do you get if you cross a cow and a kangaroo?
Holes
Big
all
fucking
over
holes all
Australia.
over Australia.
Yeah, there you go. That was the first time I heard that was on Till Death Do Us Part in the 70s. Alf Garnett.
Wow.
That's how old that joke is. Yes, sword guy's body made of cardboard.
What the?
Oh, sorry. The answer to if you
Ah.
God, it stays up
Ah.
all night.
Oh hey, oh hey.
Ah.
Oh, by the way, cool
I'm
thing.
just working up my RSL club stand-up routine. I'll write that one down.
So this month is going to be a really cool cool month for me.
Yeah.
In a couple of weeks, there's the best model railway show of the year, which is really important for me. So, you
Nice.
know, yeah, it's a Diesel Electric Modelers United show called Dini Showcase, and
Okay.
no steam trains, which is the important part.
Okay.
So it's none of that old shit that I don't like. It's all cool stuff for me. So, and then of course it's Pride Month, and then at the end of the month, which is brilliant, is my 2-year anniversary of HRT.
Hey,
Congratulations!
nice.
Nice.
That's cool.
There is one new joke that I heard not long ago, though, Angry, which I'm sure that you're going to love.
No, go for it.
You know that over 75% of the Earth's surface is ocean.
Yeah.
Therefore, over 75% of the Earth's surface is water.
Yeah.
None of that water is carbonated, so technically the Earth is flat.
Oh. Oh.
You're bad!
I know. Okay, so Strictly Sega has an extension.
Stays
to the
up all
last
night
joke.
that makes your eyes
Sorry.
water.
If you get across an owl,
An owl and rooster and onions.
a cock that stays up all night and makes your eyes water. Ooh, okay. And yes, Raze is joining us. Yep, Raze is excited. There you go.
It's the
Oh,
most interesting-
you were
Oh.
talking about the religious sort of creationist stuff. So one of my favorite things on the internet several years ago now was a religious idiot who thought he was like real into, he was like into science, but all he was doing was just recycling, creationist nonsense, but still pretending that, being ambivalent about whether the universe is 6,000 years or billions. Basically, evolution's not true. It was created.
Yeah.
So he used to have a show every week, which was Bring It Evolutionists. And hardly any evolutionists went on because he had all the evolutionists blocked when they
Yes.
showed that they knew better than he did.
Sorry,
so-
Going back,
Yeah.
sorry,
You're-
just
and the entertainment was that he would have like Bring It Evolutionists, and so someone he didn't know would come in and they talk about it, and that was the video that he would delete
Yeah.
because it showed him to be an idiot who didn't know what he was
I
talking
still
about.
say the best beatdown of any creationist in the world has got to be the Bill Nye versus Ken Ham debate.
Oh yeah.
Oh Jesus! Again, that was summed up to me. There was one photo while Ken Ham's talking, and Bill Nye is so polite, but there's a photo where they got him just looking at Ken Ham, and the look is like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" It was just this
Yeah.
absolute contempt. They just got him in this moment because Bill Nye is a sweet and gentle guy, and he wasn't particularly brutal to Ken Ham. But
No,
there
he
was
wasn't,
this
no.
one photo where Bill Nye is just looking at Ken Ham with absolute contempt, and it's just, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Just to go back to that sword guy thing very quickly.
Yes.
There was this TikTok trend that went around for a little while where somebody would stand there with like one of those swords like Abigail had, and they would do this quick like chick chick, like sheath the sword just a little bit and then bring it back in, and then all of a sudden like the carrot next to them would like split in half or something like that. One of the ones that made me absolutely fucking lose it. This lady is married to a guy who has an artificial arm and 2 artificial legs. And he's standing behind her. And she looks at the camera and she goes, click, click. And all of a sudden, both of the legs fall off and his arm falls off. And he's like,
Oh God, I love it when amputees make jokes about
Yeah.
their limbs.
Oh,
Oh,
man. I couldn't breathe
I
when I
love.
saw that. A guy that used
Yeah.
to live here by the name of Lars, he lost his leg thanks to blood clots, which really sucks. And after the hospital stay where they actually amputated his leg, after that he had to go to rehab. And the rehab center is this beautiful, gorgeous place that's still inside of a hospital, but it's still really nice and vastly different from where he was staying at Liverpool. And when we were wheeling him in there in his wheelchair, he's looking around going, man, this place is great. Pity it costs you a bloody leg to get in here, though, I tell you. And I was just like, don't do that, dude. You're going to leave me stumped. And he was like, hey, I'm allowed to make those jokes. You know?
Oh, that one.
Do you remember the Australian comedian who had cerebral palsy and his stage name was Steady Eddie?
Yes, I loved Steady Eddie.
He was pretty funny. He had one routine about how he went out with his friend who was paraplegic, and we just went out. We drank so much; it was a really bad idea. I got spastic. He got legless, and
the other, it was one comedy routine that was on Britain's Got Talent, I think it was, or Australia's Got Talent. Either way, it was a guy with several disabilities, but one of them happened to be that he was nonverbal. So he had like a computer-generated voice, and over it he said, "My voice may sound familiar to some of you, and this is the reason why. The train on platform number 1 does not stop at this station." And it starts going through all of the different computer-generated voices at train stations. I completely lost it.
Sorry, and of course, computer-generated voices just makes me think of Stephen Hawking's.
Of course, yeah.
Again, because he had a bit of a wicked sense of humor, as the one where
He did, he really did.
John Oliver interviewed him, and
is there?
And there was a multiverse question, and he said, "So if there's an infinite multiverse, he's going, does that mean there's a universe where I'm smarter than you?" And Hawkins goes, "No, that won't happen."
No. He said, yes, there is, but there would also be another universe in which you're actually funny. Yeah, no, Stephen Hawkins, he had a really quick wit on him, but he could also apparently be really cutting with his remarks from time to time. The story goes that people would say something in regards to him being in a wheelchair or having muscular dystrophy or something like that, and they would try and do it as a sort of an icebreaker. And his retort 9 times out of 10 would tear ALS. Sorry. His retort 9 times out of 10 would absolutely tear shreds off them, but it was done under the guise of hilarity or under the guise of comedy. And
like he could get away with shit. Yeah,
it was an unwritten rule through all of his students and the people that work with him was don't make a joke about ALS. His response is going to hurt you. He's not going to be offended. You will be.
He's gonna fuck you up.
That's it. Yeah, and it was people were too afraid to make those jokes with him, and I love that.
There was something that woke me up about a disability issue that I'd never really considered before, and it was it Almost an Angel or something like that? It was the Crocodile Dundee guy.
The what?
The guy who played Crocodile Dundee.
Yes. That's right. He was in a.
He was a criminal electronics.
Yeah, it was
guy.
like a movie or a TV series or something like that. And apparently, oh god, it was really offensive to people with disabilities. Oh.
Well, one of the things that happened in it was there was a guy in a wheelchair and he was a fucking arsehole. And so he basically played him like, the character that what was his name? Mick Dundee.
Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan. The Paul Hogan character, he basically, said, okay, this guy's an arsehole. I'm going to treat him as an equal. The fact he's in a wheelchair is irrelevant. So he ends up having a sort of punch up with him, sat on a chair, because he's like, I'll kick the shit out of you type thing, you know. But what it woken me up to was the fact you could have someone with a disability who's a fucking arsehole.
Yeah,
See,
no, well,
that's equality. That's real
It is- no.
equality.
that is something that I would like to just raise very quickly. And you would have heard me and Anna, the lady from Melbourne that was dating nobody. What's her name?
Annette.
Annette, thank you, Annette. You would have heard Annette and I mention him a couple of times, the guy that used to come to all the goth clubs by the name of Morpheus.
Yes.
Or he called himself Morpheus anyway.
Called himself that, yes.
Yeah, he has cerebral palsy. And, you know, my heart goes out to him for the fact that he's got cerebral palsy. But that doesn't stop the fact that the guy is a complete fucking creep and a complete narcissist and all sorts of different things that are absolutely horrible.
Yes.
He just so happens to be one of those people to be that narcissist, be that creep, be that horrible person that also so happens to have cerebral palsy.
Yeah. That's also what I said about like the recent the US presidential cycle where Biden went up against Trump. At the beginning, Pete Buttigieg, the first openly gay candidate, that's real equality because Pete Buttigieg is a piece of shit. He's fucked. I mean, that's real equality when your gay person in the public profile is fucking garbage. And you hear this about like migrants who are sick of the idea of having to be the model migrant and whatnot. And it's just like, hey, just because people are in a marginalized group doesn't mean they are morally better. There are a bunch of people in marginalized groups who are every bit as fucked as the people in the dominant social groups.
I've had arguments in the past with people like some people genuinely don't know why I support like, you know, the voice referendum that's coming up and why I believe in things like institutionalized racism and these sorts of different things. And they're like, oh, so you're trying to tell us that all Aboriginal people are the most lovely people that you'll ever meet? And I'm like, of course not. That's not what I'm saying at all. There are absolutely Aboriginal people out there that have done absolutely reprehensible things and are absolutely reprehensible people. But that doesn't mean that these bad things that are happening to the entire fucking community of them isn't still fucking happening.
Exactly.
Just because this person happens to be a bastard doesn't mean that you don't give a shit about the rest of them. You know, you're white, and I'm sorry, but Ted Bundy was white too. Do you not give a shit about the rest of the white people because Ted Bundy existed?
Yeah.
Of course fucking not. So stop it with that nonsense.
And I think they're like the flip side, you get these horrible racist people who, when you point out, I don't know, colonization was bad, they just go, you're just being anti-white. And you go, no, I'm white and I'm actually pretty keen on myself. I think you're a piece of shit. I don't think you're a piece of shit because you're white. I think you're a piece of shit because of the things you say and do. So no, what I'm talking about is not anti-whiteness. It's just anti-pieces of shit. And you are definitely a piece of shit. Sorry, Kirsten did the great joke as well back here, and I just wanted to put it on the thing. You met a guy who had a leg amputated, out drinking, he's a little unsteady. Bouncer at the pub didn't want to let him in because he was drunk. So he lifted his jeans and said, yeah, I'm fucking legless. And that's when you see a bouncer and just like their cerebral cortex just shuts down. And, it's just like, and they no longer know what to do.
There was a guy like that in Lord of the Rings, wasn't? Oh, wait a minute, that's Legolas. Sorry, forget it.
Freaking Tish, Laura.
I have to pay that. Actually.
Oh God! If there was a device that would allow you to reach out and flick somebody across the internet, I would reach out and flick you right about now, Laura. That was horrible.
Legolas is a Sindarin translation for green leaf.
Yeah.
Which is why Legolas is called Legolas Greenleaf.
Greenleaf, yeah. Which is weird because that just means.
Wait a minute. If that means his name is Greenleaf.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
Roger Rogerson, you know, it's just like
yeah. Edward Woodward.
Is this like Boutros Ghali?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember Edward Woodward doing those hardware ads where Edward Woodward would and
Why did Edward Woodward have so many D's in his name? Because if he didn't, he'd be ooh wah woo wah.
Oh God! But I also want to point out to people, like, when they see those Denzel Washington movies, which I quite like, the Equalizer movies, which are fun. They are actually inspired by a British TV series, or it might have even been a British American TV series with
It was
Edward
American.
Woodward, called the Equalizer. But the Equalizer was inspired by the old spy series Edward Woodward did called Callan, which fucking kicked ass. It was this 70s spy show, where Edward Wood was just this hard as nails type of guy. And it was I think it was ahead of its time. You probably can't get it on any sort of streaming service or even on disc. But I watched it on the ABC growing up, and it was really good. And there were also a couple of movies. There was a hilarious one where, because he was middle-aged even in the 70s, he was 40 in the 70s. And there's one episode where there was an up-and-coming spy in the unit. And weirdly, I remember the actor's name, Patrick Mower. He was in a few things. And he was like a funky guy, and he had sideburns and big hair. And Edward Woodward was like a 40-year-old who had short cropped hair, who was a square. And this young, funky guy was like, yeah, you're an old man. I'm going to replace you. And there was this really delicious payoff scene where Callan, Edward Woodward's character, ended up kicking the shit out of the guy who was like 15 years younger than him. But it was just so funny because even in retrospect, Callan's look with the short hair and whatnot sort of is not locked in any time, because he wasn't fashionable in the 70s, so he's not unfashionable now. Whereas the guy he went up against, the young, funky guy with the sideburns and the big hair and the suit with the white collar, he looks like a fucking idiot afterwards. But Callan still looks cool. Okay, Pat's done enough.
I'm
thing on his
fortunate.
own. He's clearly taken a job, and someone's going to breathe their last tonight.
I'm fortunate that I wasn't born. I was born in the 70s, but I have no memory of them. And this is a time when orange and brown were fashionable colors. And I'm sorry, but the only time orange and browns should be fashionable colors is if you're a Jaffa cake.
Oof, no, but yes, home decor. Anko's Dr. Abigail.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to put it out there that elves have many names, and that Greenleaf was a nickname.
All right.
His formal name was known only to him and his family.
It was Roger.
It wasn't Roger.
He was Roger Greenleaf.
No,
Bending Rodriguez.
Yes.
On a similar vein to what you were just talking about with these actors, Angry.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things is seeing an actor in a movie that you would have never thought that you would see them in, and they have absolutely fucking slayed it. Sort of like Robin Williams in Insomnia.
Yes, he did a couple serious ones that he was very good at. Yeah,
and it was mind-blowing, the difference.
Yeah.
And Jim Carrey did another role where he played a serious guy, and it was absolutely brilliant. Adam Sandler did the same thing. The one that will always be the top spot for me was that guy from Some Mothers Do Have 'Em.
Yes.
And then seeing Phantom of the Opera.
Oh yeah, no, he was just a stunning singer and performer. Yeah.
Holy, just I saw
Michael Crawford.
I saw him in Phantom of the Opera. I saw the actual thing on fucking stage, and watching him belt out the way that he sung it, to this day, still just absolutely leaves me breathless. I couldn't pick my bloody jaw up off the ground. It was absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, no, that's where he just let go, and he was just an astonishing performer.
He really was, yeah. Who have you got any instances like that, Abigail?
I've got one that's almost the reverse. When Hugh Laurie got famous in America for playing House MD, when Americans who only knew him as that, I used to love showing them clips from the old comedy he did, like a bit of
Hugh and
Fry
Laurie show and whatnot. Yeah.
when he was like camp as fuck,
Yeah,
and I would just
Brian Laurie.
Fry and Laurie or Blackadder and just show
Yeah.
Americans who actually thought he was American and
Yeah.
and show him this stuff he'd done 10, 15 years earlier, and their brains would just
I loved him as George in Blackadder Goes Forth, and my favorite line is, sort of two-piece thing was, "Excuse me, sir, what should I do if I stand in a mine?" And Blackadder goes, "Well, the usual routine is to jump 30 feet in the air and scatter yourself over a wide area."
All right, Abigail, you got one for us?
No, I'm sorry,
No.
I don't.
I was just thinking Hugh
My
Laurie.
mind went blank.
Yeah, Hugh Laurie as King George, which was I think the third series of Blackadder. There was a great line where he tried to give some stirring speech about how they'd fix this, and he goes, "After all, we're British," and walks off. And Blackadder just watches him go, and then just goes, "You're not. You're German."
No, I love a friend of mine. She was completely obsessed with Stephen Fry for a while there. When that clip of his went semi-viral a couple of years ago, where some journalists turned around to him and said, "What if you were wrong about atheism and God was actually real?" And Fry's response
What
to,
would you
if
say
I
to
actually
God?
met God, what would I say to him? And she was like, "Oh, he's so intellectual, and he's all of these sorts of different things." And oh my God. And I was like, "You are aware that he got to start as a comedian, aren't you?" She was like, "No way. No way." So I brought up a bit of Fry and Laurie in the song where, the song is Kicking Ass. It's hard to explain, but if you're curious, anybody watching, look it up on YouTube. Hugh Laurie, Kicking Ass, listen to it. Stephen Fry plays this just absolutely out there, stereotypical redneck in the background, and it is absolutely hilarious. But it is just so departed from the Stephen Fry that turned around and said, "Yeah, no, if I had a conversation with God, this is what I would say," to that. The juxtaposition between the two is absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, but in fact, most of Fry's career is comedy, like fronting QI, doing all this light entertainment for the BBC. But yes, he is an incredibly well-spoken atheist. He has put forward a couple of good things. Again, he's hardly flawless. He's said and done stupid things in his life, as we all do. I also love the thing, and I always bring that when someone is feeling bad, whether it's actual like diagnosable depression or they're just feeling bad, just go, "I absolutely understand what you're going through." The best explanation for this I've ever felt was Stephen Fry, someone who hasn't just had clinical depression. He's had multiple suicide attempts in his life. Even when he was at the peak of his career and the most successful, the depression has got control of him. But he says, someone wrote him a letter saying, "How do you cope?" And he goes, "Depression is like the weather. Sometimes it rains. Sometimes it rains non-stop. Sometimes it's just grey and depressing and rain. Here's the thing. Like depression, the rain is real. You don't control it, but it will pass. One day the sun will shine again." And it was one of the best allegories I've heard for depression. It's like, it's real, you don't control it, but it will pass. Even on the days, and I think this is very much about England more than, say, Australia, where it's been raining non-stop for 4 weeks and it feels like it will never stop. And it's understandable that you feel like it will never stop, but it will stop. The sun will shine again. And you don't know when that will happen. You can't make the sun shine. You can't control when the sun shines. But no matter how much it's difficult to believe, it is inevitable the sun will shine again. And
I don't know
quite
what
like
it is
that.
that you're doing, Abigail, but I'm liking it.
I just thought Dr. Abigail was putting electrodes into her brain or something.
They're LEDs, so you're close.
Yeah, I was thinking
I'm
that they were
right.
either
I'm right.
LEDs or
No,
speakers. I didn't know which.
Dr. Abigail's a cyborg, and she's just putting stuff into her brain.
If there
that's
was
what's happening.
cybernetic enhancements that were available, you know that Abigail would have gotten them done already.
I've also got some potentiometers
Nice.
that
I know
could
whereabouts I
use.
would put those, but I don't think
I
it's,
see a lot of
I don't think-
potential in those.
I don't
Yeah.
think it's suitable to put that out on live stream.
Thank you, Laura. I was going to say that. You beat me to it. Well done.
I've got
Do you
to
remember
take
the-
that
it was
dropping
a-
one.
Sci-fi short story I remember, and it was very clever, and it was about all these augmentations of basically connecting your brain to advanced processes and whatnot. And initially people were scared of it, and there was legislation to stop people from doing it, but some people would do it anyway, and they would reach them. And just recurring in the story was, but it didn't matter because people did it anyway. And it even got to the point where people could actually create different instances of themselves or their consciousness, and those instances could go off and experience different things. Like even a non-corporeal instance of someone's consciousness could be put into a computer on a space probe, which would go out and experience all these things. And it was like software melding. Eventually that instance would come back and you would meld it back together, and those individual experiences would be a shared experience. And I wish I could remember the actual phrasing, but it was really clever because it was just like everyone thought it was a bad idea, but it didn't matter because people did it anyway. And
Well, the original phrase probably pronounced it corporeal, not corporeal.
depends where you went to school.
Or
Is this a
Went
bit
to
like
school.
what was it? Abiogenesis?
Are you making fun of my accent? Sorry.
No, just your pronunciation. Sorry.
just your schooling or lack
Do I look
thereof.
bothered? That's all that's running through my mind right now. Do I look bothered?
Do I look bothered? Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
I'm
just
remembering
looking for
even
something.
older. Sesame Street, a thing I watched when I was a kid. There was there was this sketch, and I don't know whether this sticks with me. That Grover the monster is a waiter in a restaurant, and a human-looking Muppet is a customer, and his name is Simon Soundman, and he would talk in English a lot of the time, but occasionally he
I'll be
would
back in a sec.
he would
No worries.
express things with sound effects because he was Simon Soundman, and Grover's very confused by this guy. He would use words to a certain point, and then he would make a sound, and that went on for a while. And eventually Grover worked it out, and Grover just goes, "Oh, I understand now." And then Grover did all the sound effects and whatnot, and Grover thinks he's done the right thing, and the guy just went, "Are you making fun of the way I talk? Oh, that's disgraceful." And it was a really funny joke. It was as if Grover had been making fun of someone's accent or something. It was like Grover thought he was making everything okay by talking in this person's accent, but then the person got offended that Grover was mocking the way they talk. And it was like, that's like this really meta thing with Muppets, and it was so weird, and I really enjoyed it, which is probably why it stuck with me, because it was so weird.
Oh man,
My glasses are very dirty and I need to clean them.
Spank them, dirty glasses. Sorry, that's after party. Sorry.
Ah,
Oh,
there's
man.
the bingo. That's a bingo square.
That's a bingo mentioning the after party.
Oh,
Honestly,
that's a bingo in mentioning that quote.
oh god, saying that's a bingo is a bingo. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Did you?
I
mention-
am going to throw this in.
I don't know what these bingo flashcard is, but right now I'm getting flashbacks to Inglorious Bastards.
Yes,
of,
no, that's what that was. I would
yeah.
say, Grasshopper, it became such a running joke because I repeat myself all the time. Like when I say a particular thing, oh, mark off a square on the angry bingo card. He said that. So Dr. Abigail actually used a site that actually generates bingo cards. So you can actually play Angry Bingo and see if you can get a bingo from me saying the same shit I always say.
Right.
And sadly,
Yeah.
I'm extremely predictable.
I,
I've got one saved actually for Discord. It's a meme, and I haven't had a chance to use it, but it's a meme that references After Party, which also I think is a bingo square. But yeah, I haven't used it yet, but I've got it in reserve. A meme
Good
I
night,
found
Kirsten.
really funny. No, Kirsten.
I have a bingo card I created for an arsehole on Twitter who has a complete inability to accept any form of criticism. And so he'll just say, oh, you're just a troll, or you're just stupid, or you're mentally ill, or, some ableism thing. Use it because I've got Asperger's. Oh, it doesn't get social cues. So, I created this bingo card. It is so small, but so common.
But this person will say that all the time. At least that's not on my bingo card.
Yeah.
Angry. A polar bear walks into a bar and goes up to the bartender, and he says, "I'll have a rum and Coke."
Yeah.
The bartender looks at him and says, "Why the huge pause?" And he goes, "I was born with them."
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I saw that one coming.
Without your glasses.
Okay. Do you remember the American politician who ran for president and failed miserably? John Kerry, a Democrat, John Kerry?
I do remember that guy, yeah.
Weird looking. Okay,
Yep.
So joke goes, a horse comes into a bar and steps up to the bar and says, I'll have a whiskey. And the bartender goes, oh, why the long face? And the horse laughs. And the bartender gives him a drink. And then John Kerry comes into the bar and orders the whiskey. And the bartender goes, I think everyone would lose respect for me if I did the same joke again.
Yeah, he did have a long
Because
face.
John Kerry had this weird long face.
Really long face, yeah.
Okay. Paving slab walks into a bar, and he slams his paving slabbing fist on the on the bar and says, "Give me a beer." So like the barman's like a little bit sheepish, sort of hands him his beer, and he starts bragging about how strong and tough he is. And next thing you know, the door opens, and in walks a sort of reddy brown piece of tarmac, and he goes quiet. The paving slab goes very quiet. And but he goes to the bar and says, "Can I have a pint, please?" Says the tarmac, and he goes off. Goes off to a corner and drinks his beer. No nonsense, no bragging, no noise. Just quietly drinking his beer. And the paving slab is silent. He's like sweating, rain from the crevices or whatever. Anyway. And so next thing you know, the tarmac gets up and puts his bar on the puts his glass on the bar, says thank you very much, and off he goes. And and like the barman's like, thought you were big and tough. You're very quiet with that guy. And he says, yeah. And the paving slab goes, yeah, but that guy's a psychopath.
Is what?
A
Psychopath.
psychopath.
Oh, psychopath. Okay.
All right, I've got a joke that I think is funny. It is slightly sexist, but I still think it's funny. Blind guy walks into a bar.
Yeah.
And he goes up, he kind of feels his way around, and he gets up to the bar and he sits down, turns around to the bartender and he goes, "I'll have a tall glass of beer, thanks." The bartender says, "No worries." Pours him a glass of beer, hands it to him, and he kind of reaches around and he finds the beer and he turns around to the bartender and he goes, "Hey bartender, have you heard the latest blonde joke?" And the bartender turns around to him and goes, "Look, you're blind, so I'm going to cut you a bit of a break here. But just so you know, you've just walked into a bar that's full of lesbians. Now, me, behind the bar, I've got a double-barreled shotgun, and I'm a blonde. The girl to your right is a 250-pound Olympic gold wrestler, and she's a blonde. The girl to your left is a blonde, and also happens to have a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Are you sure you want to tell that blonde joke? He goes, nah, not if I've got to explain it 3 times.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Fuck you for making me laugh at that.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
fuck you for
Okay,
making me laugh.
I've got one for you, but this isn't. This is actually not a joke, unfortunately.
Okay.
But it is in a sort of wider sense. So there's a thing in America called Juneteenth, which is a sort
Yes.
of black thing, and
It's a
in
black-
Florida they've got this problem where you're not allowed to make people feel guilty if they're because
Yes.
like, brown people
If-
exist
if-
and like they
if
have
you-
slavery and stuff.
If
And
you
so
bring up
they had a
institutional
poster-
racism and slavery, yes.
Yeah, so they had a poster for Juneteenth with white people on it.
Florida's fucked, man. It's just like
It
So-
really is.
So there was this married couple, and the woman was saying, "Why don't you love my family as much as your family?" And the husband says, "That's ridiculous. I love your mother-in-law and father-in-law way more than my mother-in-law and father-in-law."
Um,
there was
that joke shouldn't be funny, and yet it is.
I know, right?
I'm on various mailing lists for things that will sometimes collect memes and whatnot. And I think it was dig.com, which still exists, if you believe it or not. And they had a thing like a Reddit list where people said, what's the craftiest insult you've seen that people don't necessarily realize it's an insult? And everyone was posting things. My favorite was probably saying to someone who completely fucked up, just going, "I believe you genuinely gave that your best effort."
My favorite one for the longest of times that is like it's a brutal insult, but it doesn't really sound like an insult. If you say it to the right person, is when
Yeah.
you turn around to a person and go, "I refuse to get into a battle of wits with an unarmed opponent."
That's attractive. Yeah, I like that one.
I learned that joke from a lady by the name of Alana that I used to work with, and she used to work in customer service. And her favorite thing about customer service, she said, the thing that makes for the best customer service representative is a person that is able to tell another person to get fucked so politely the person thanks them for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, no, there is a Alana was absolutely spectacular in the way that she would deliver quips when she was on the phone with various people, because she mainly did tech support back in the day for poker machines.
Oh, okay.
And she would get calls from RSL clubs and sporting clubs and all of that sort of stuff, and who would get very bent out of shape when their poker machines weren't running because, money. And they were less than polite, would be the best way to say. When they started talking to somebody trying to get tech support for their various poker machines and whatnot. And she was always on the receiving end of their vitriol and bile, and became incredibly adept at basically telling them to get fucked so politely that they thanked her for it. She was just one of the best.
I saw an article the other day. It was a woman had invented a male personal assistant. This person didn't exist. It was her writing all the emails and whatnot. But this male personal assistant got away with fucking everything. Would just tell people to fuck off. They were talking shit. And she just said, she'd been doing it for a couple of years, and she was getting kind of freaked out at how effective this was, and she didn't know how to stop doing it because this male personal assistant that didn't exist was running her whole life. Like whenever someone emailed something to her that she thought was demeaning and sexist, the male personal assistant would respond with a "fuck you, buddy," not literally "fuck you," but with a very male sort of "no, that's not on." And people would acquiesce to this fictional character all the time.
Yeah.
And she was just going like, I think I'm going nuts because I've been doing this for a couple of years and I don't know how to stop doing. And I know if I stop and if I just answer as myself, all these people will treat me like shit and try and walk all over me. But it's doing my head in maintaining this fictional character.
I have had the smallest of tiniest experiences of somebody believing that I was female online as opposed to male because my name is Shannon.
Yes.
Because that is a multi-sex name.
Yeah.
The company that I was working for at the time, one of my co-workers, her name also was Shannon.
Yeah.
But she spelled her name with an E-N as opposed to an O-N.
Okay.
Either way, though, Shannon. And this person had never met me before, but in the email that I sent them and in their response, it was the way that they talked to me. They talked to me like as if I was some kind of an idiot in their response email to me. Like, mansplaining, I guess, would be the best way to kind of describe what it was that was written in the email. And I remember reading that and just kind of going, this guy must think I'm a fucking idiot of some description. Like, what the, and I was slightly annoyed, but I didn't think anything of it because I'd only just started working there. I just thought that this guy was just a prick to everybody. Fast forward a couple of weeks after that, I meet the guy and he goes, "Oh, you're a guy." And I'm like, "Yeah, hi, Shannon, nice to meet you, blah, blah, blahs." Then every interaction that I had with him from that point on, even via email, now to be clear, he and I weren't exactly friendly. We didn't really get along. But in all of the subsequent communications that I had with that guy, there was a lot more respect and a lot more, camaraderie. But every now and again, he would have to communicate with the other Shannon that I worked with. And every fucking time that he talked with her and subsequently almost every other female that worked at the bloody company, it was always this a certain level of condescension, an immediate, oh, it's a woman, therefore she doesn't know what she's talking about type of attitude. And I remember thinking to myself, that is like the smallest of small experiences of what it must be like for women in the workplace.
Yeah.
And it gives me a whole new appreciation for the way that I choose to communicate with my female co-workers and clients and stuff like that. I am very careful and selective in the way that I do and don't talk to them to make sure that I don't be like that.
Yeah.
It didn't take very, very long at all, literally like 2 or 3 days from my transition and changing my name, to, being talked over and effectively mansplained to, the whole, what's it called? I forgot what it's called. When woman says something and there's like crickets, a guy says thing and like, oh yeah, you're right. And it's like, I just said the same thing.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, go ahead, Abigail.
Man asks his wife, how many men have you slept with? And the woman says, only you. And he says, what? Really? And she says, yeah, all the others kept me up all night.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
I like that one. I like that one.
All right. I had two. One was about the name Shannon. I remember when I was at uni, there was a female Shannon there. And when you know someone, you go, oh, there's a song with your name. And a lot of time, if someone has an unusual name, is there, like I knew an Emma, and I went, Little River Band have a song called Emma. And there's Shannon, I go, the Pogues have a song with your name in it. And she's really excited. Oh, there's a song for me. Great. What is it? And I went, and it was about the River Shannon. And the song is called The Broad Majestic Shannon. And it said to her, there's a song with your name in it. And she's very excited. And I went, wait, this is not great. I'm now going to tell you the song's called The Broad Majestic Shannon. And it was like, not great. But also that demeaning thing of a guy to women also actually applies with older guys to younger people. Like literally going back 30 years when I was working in call centers, there was this ridiculous fucking thing I had to go through where it was a new call center. I was the team leader for this group, and there was a training session, and the guy running it was a piece of shit who would just he would just demean people and be very aggressive and combative. And of the group I was in, about
Is his name Piers Morgan?
Yeah, it was seriously that type of thing. Of the group that I was managing, about 3/4 were women. There were a couple of younger guys, and there was one older guy. This older guy, I was still in my 20s. This guy was probably 50 or older. And anyway, so when this guy was being demeaning and abusive, the women just weren't saying anything because they were used to it. The younger guys were kind of thinking they might punch him. And I was just laughing and just giving them hand signals like, I don't know what this guy's problem is, but ignore him. But the older guy, because younger guys are used to older guys treating them like shit. Women are used to men treating them like shit. But this other guy, who was an older guy, was not used to being demeaned and treated like shit. And he was just about to lose it. And I was just doing this thing where I was giving him hands. I was like, no, don't react. Don't react. I don't know what this guy's problem is. There's something wrong with him, but don't react to his provocation. And I know he's provoking you. But it was really obvious. The women were just letting it slide off them like, yeah, men are just like this. The younger guys were going, honestly, if this was outside of a workplace, I would probably punch you in the face because you're trying to start a fight. But the one older guy in the group had so much trouble dealing with it because he was not used to people demeaning him and whatnot. And it was fascinating. And the funniest thing that happened after the first day of this guy being a complete arsehole, I went back to my manager in the call center, who was a woman, and I said, I need to tell you, someone might end up punching this guy because he's fucking terrible. And I said, and it was weird, in the mornings, he was like argumentative and aggressive and whatnot. And he was kind of happy and relaxed in the afternoon. And she said, okay, I'm going to ask you a question. It's a serious question. You can't give me a frivolous answer. You have to analyze the question seriously and give me a serious answer. And I went, okay. And she said, did you smell alcohol on his breath after lunch? And I went, oh, I know why you're asking. And no, genuinely, I did not smell alcohol on his breath. But for fuck's sake, you might be right, because he was angry and uptight in the mornings, and he was way more relaxed after lunch.
In the afternoon.
So the guy may have been an alcoholic, and may have the start of the day may have been terrible for him. And then lunch, when no one could see him, he might have been able to knock back a couple of drinks and relax a bit. But
I had a job years ago. I was helping do the rollout of the self-checkout machines at Coles and Woolworths.
Oh God, I can imagine that being thankless. Yeah, mate.
It was the pain in the ass job in some ways, and a lot of fun in others. But one of the best parts of that job, or the best experience that I had on that job, was one of the guys that I worked with on a pretty consistent basis. Was a guy. Let's call him Scott. Not his real name, but we'll use Scott for the sake of the story.
Sure.
Scott was obviously a bit of an older gent. He was in his mid-50s. Very knowledgeable, very good at what he did. But he had a very sort of don't fuck with me aura about him that just kind of seemed to emanate effortlessly from Scott. People just didn't really have much to do with him. I kind of got to know him because my dad was exactly the same way, so I'm kind of used to that. And I built a bit of a friendship with him. He and I actually still communicate on Facebook to this day. And you know, he underneath the sort of reputation that he'd garnered for being like, you know, this old tough as nails, fuck him type guy, he was actually very lovely, in all seriousness. But yeah, no, there was this one point though, where a new hire came in and he was working with us up in the Newcastle area. And this guy was extraordinarily religious, and very outspoken and very shameless about his religion, which is perfectly fine, no problems at all. And he didn't necessarily try and preach at us, but he did get genuinely worried that we didn't believe in God and all of these sorts of different things. But the one person that he had a tendency to really not talk about it in front of was Scott. Because it was pretty obvious that Scott was not on board with this, and that aura of, you know, don't fuck with me really kind of made this guy watch what it was that he said around Scott. And at some point there during the workday, a same-sex marriage debate had started in the media sphere somewhere, be it online or in Parliament or whatever. But this is before the word plebiscite had even been mentioned. But same-sex marriage, you know, but same-sex marriage had kind of come up in the media sphere and was the hot button topic of the day, as it were. And Mr. Religious Guy has decided that he's going to go off on a gigantic diatribe about how the world is going to end if we allowed same-sex marriage, and how it was an abomination against God and all of these sorts of different things. And at this point, he didn't give a shit that Scott could hear him, because he was so very passionate about what it is that he was talking about. And he turned around to me and he said, you know, what do you think about it? And I said, look, we're at work and I'm not going to say anything about this while I'm at work. I said, if you want to talk to me when I'm not at work about this, no problems at all. But while we're at work, I don't think that it's a good topic to have, because, you know, politics, religion, these sorts of things in the workplace, not a good topic of conversation, because it's always going to cause dramas. So if you don't mind, after work, if you ask me again, sure. But during work, no, let's just get the job done. And he kind of, and he turned around to Scott and he said, and what do you think about it, Scott? And Scott turns around and he goes, personally, I'd love to get married to my boyfriend. Would you shut the ever-living fuck up so I can get my job done?
Love it.
Turns out that Scott had been with his life partner for about 30 years at this point.
Okay, here's the thing that still genuinely I double take each time anyone, like a lesbian who refers to their wife, gay dude refers to their husband. Anyway, oh, you're not just talking about someone you've been with forever, which I've been aware of it. But no, I forgot we treated you like people a couple of years ago, and you can actually legally be married. I forgot that we changed that, and the law treats you like a person now. Like I was, you know, I've known people since the 80s who had life partners who were same sex or whatever. But when they literally say husband or wife and they mean in the legal sense, I still go, oh yeah, we said you were allowed to be a human. That's great. I thought that was good. I thought that was good that we thought you should be a human.
Remember when you decided that you would have the deciding voice on that?
Yeah.
On our fate.
I know. When you know, 80 to 90% of the population said a few other people could actually be humans. And I was like,
yeah.
Honestly, that was pretty good of us. That was pretty good.
Jeez.
We said
you're a straight white cis male, Angry. You get to give yourself a pat on the back for that.
It's great. It's just like, you know, going back to the year I was born, where Indigenous Australians actually got counted in the census. It's like, honestly, we rocked white people. We said, yeah, I think they might be. I think all those dark-skinned people. I think they might be human. I think
Oh
they
God!
might be human.
Speaking
Don't
of
want
dark-skinned
slow
people,
down now.
I know.
this is absolutely hilarious. One of my good friends who I play a lot of online games with, his husband is black,
Yeah.
and they've been married for forever. They've been together for forever.
Yeah.
The other day, this is going back a few months, but we were playing an online game, and we were talking about what we were going to do next in this online game, and my friend turned around and said, "Oh, maybe we should put it to a vote." And his husband turned around and said, "Well, I vote yes." And he turned around to him and said, "Yeah, but you only get 2/3 of a vote."
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Ooh,
Oh.
that's a confident relationship.
I don't
That is a
understand.
confident relationship. that you have.
I didn't get
God
that.
damn.
Oh.
God
American
damn.
history, way back
Oh.
in the days of the Jim Crow era.
Early
Um,
20th century. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh.
extraordinarily racist piece of
Yeah,
American
I know what it
legislation
is.
was that an African American's vote was only worth 2/3 of a white person's vote, or something along those
Gotcha.
lines.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, that joke, like when he said that, you just heard his husband go,
Mm.
"You fucking little."
You are so confident in your relationship if you make that joke.
So I've mentioned
Yeah.
before that we've got a transphobe in as the head of the Equalities Commission.
I don't mean to sound insensitive, but I will be right back. I really need to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Pick
So
one.
anyway, so we've got a baroness who is, she's the head of the Equalities and Human Rights Commission,
Yeah.
which is a sort of non-government but appointed by the government thing. And the idea is that they're supposed to advise companies and the government, about sort of equalities and things like that, and non-discrimination and so on.
Yeah.
So there was a thing about a week and a half ago now, I think it was, and apparently she's been investigated, but now the investigation's been stopped because the government got involved, it would appear, because she was like bullying, and like 25% of staff have left the Equality Commission because it's become a transphobic hotbed. Anyway, so the Daily Mail, they had an article about it, and like, oh, how dare she be, what's it? And there was just a fantastic quote. This is on the front page. I'm screen sharing.
Yeah.
And this is the bit that made me chuckle, and it's, she is the woman breaking woke, and now they're trying to break her. And it's like, breaking woke? This is what the EHRC are. It's to protect human rights and challenge discrimination.
Yeah.
That's their reason, Dantra. And yet, it's like, oh, she's breaking woke. The whole agenda of the HRC is wokeism. If you want to go with that, description, it's literally defending people, and it's like, it just baffles me. It's like, oh yeah, she's a great job because she's breaking woke, and it's like,
yeah, no, we are living in incredibly surreal times with people who are aggressively fighting against reality, and they are very determined that objective reality won't triumph over their deeply held beliefs and wishes. And it's just like, oh, okay. It's just, damn. It's and it's like America's the epicenter of it, but it's spreading everywhere.
America is creating the laws against.
Tell a joke.
Yeah,
Okay, yes, lighten things up with a joke, Dr. Abigail.
I'm waiting for Shannon.
Oh, sorry, we want Shannon for the joke. Okay, sorry, I
Well,
misunderstood.
I'll continue with the depression.
Yes,
for
Laura, you continue.
time. America has been creating laws against transgender people. Britain has just been sort of inching its way towards doing that.
Yeah.
You know, and as I said, you know, the head of the Equality Commission wrote back to the government saying that we want to, changing the law, the Equalities Act, so that it means biological sex, not just, sex.
Yeah.
We'll add clarification, even though it does completely the opposite.
Yeah. And
Okay.
everything the turfs do.
Everybody say
Oh,
hello to
I don't think
the
we've seen. Have we seen this doggy before?
Say hello to the ever gorgeous little hot dog. Mwah. She is a miniature Dachshund, and she is absolutely adorable and loves licking eyeballs.
Fair call. Fair call.
That's
Who
disgusting.
doesn't love licking eyeballs? Honestly,
Rah.
I 50% of my day, like strangers in the street, just to express solidarity, lick their eyeballs.
I am currently dog sitting little hot dog while her daddy is in hospital getting all fixed up, we
okay.
hope. And
Oh my gosh, I've got
she
a very
sleeps
short.
behind me and loves being in my computer room because my computer room stays warmer than the rest of the house because my computer pumps out a lot of heat in this
Runs
little
hot.
room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Computer rooms tend to be warm. Yes.
So she loves staying in here with me. But the moment that I put her down, she's going to complain a lot that I am no longer patting her. But
Yeah.
I need to put you down because I don't want you licking my face. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want you licking my face because I see what else you lick.
That's why dogs suck.
All right, darling. Go
Yes. Why do
Good call.
dogs lick their balls? Because it takes away the taste of the food.
on.
Yeah.
No, why do dogs lick their balls? Because they can.
Yeah. Also, okay.
That was
Joe,
a joke in Red Dwarf, wasn't it?
Yes.
probably. Yeah, it's an old one. Also,
Mine
the
was.
joke
Mine
about
was
that-
I am
definitely-
afraid that is one of those things that you and my wife have in common that her and I do not. I couldn't
Yeah.
stand Red Dwarf.
All right. Two old fellas in a pub having a beer, and someone's dog's there, and the dog's just furiously licking its balls. And one fella says, "You know what? I'd really like to do that, be able to do that." and the other fella says, "Well, I recommend you start by giving him a pat and work up from there."
Yeah.
Yep.
Guy goes to a job interview, and
Yeah.
the interviewer says, "Would you mind explaining this 4-year gap in your resume?" And the guy says, I was in Yale." And the interviewer's like, "Oh wow, you're hired." And the guy says, "Wow, thanks. Thank you. I really needed this job."
That's another one of those jokes that shouldn't be funny, and yet it is.
I know.
Also, left field, like Mega Leech, I am dying to know how your apple brown sugar, because I freaking love you. I did a related one. We've got a tree, a native tree, a lily pilly, and the little fruits on it are called lily pilly, or that's the indigenous name for it, or rye berries. And they're little red berries with seed. And it's just coming into ripeness, and I've been collecting the fruits for the last couple of weeks, and I got enough, and I basically cut them out, cut the seed out, covered them in sugar, which is what Mega Leech is doing with the apples. So I covered these little red fruits with sugar, and over a day, the sugar leached all the moisture out of the fruits and just turned liquid. And I finished that, and so I got a cocktail syrup, which is really yummy and fruity. But B, I kept the little fruits which had been steeping in sugar for a couple of days, and they just taste like the cocktail cherries now. Like, put them on ice cream, they're fucking awesome. So that's the double thing I like of making syrups with fruits. You get a really good syrup, but B, really yummy food. So, Dr. Abigail, you're arguing that's leading the witness. Genuinely, so Megalichi is saying a sugar syrup recipe is a bingo, but that's the
I have
thing
a call. I'll be right back.
I genuinely wanted to talk about, because Megalichi's making the apple one. I made the lily pilly one, and the other thing is the little lily pillies are about this big when they ripen, and they go very red, and they've got a big seed in them, so you sort of cut the flesh of the fruit and pull them apart almost like a nut, and the seeds like a nut in the middle, but they're very opaque. But you put them in the sugar for a day or so, and they go a bit translucent. So it's kind of like the cheap glacé cherries you get, the weird red and yellow, like not my upmarket fucking Luxardo cherries, which are the shit.
I thought they were maraschino cherries.
Well,
What's the
cherry.
difference?
No, the cherry is called a maraschino or a marasca cherry, but you get these ones where they bleach. They literally bleach the color out of the cherries, and then they put them in a food dye. So you get this weird fucking luminous red or green cocktail things. Whereas these ones are actually soaked in the syrup from the cherries.
Okay.
And so these fucking taste way better. Honestly, the really weird radioactive colored maraschino cherries don't taste bad. I honestly used to think they were confectionery, because you go,
yeah, so did I. The bright red ones.
Yeah. But then I saw one of those how it's made shows, and they showed they're real cherries, and they get fucking bleached, like with industrial bleach, which leaches all the color out of them, and also just the consistency of the cherry flesh is leached out. And then they pit them and they soak them in colored sugar water, so you get the red and the green ones. Whereas these ones are actually soaked in the syrup of the cherries, so they look more like real cherries. They don't taste like fresh cherries. They taste, both the consistency and the taste of them, to me, is almost nothing like fresh cherries. Like, sure. I prefer these heaps to fresh cherries. Fresh cherries are fine, but these are friggin' awesome as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I legit thought those bright yellow and green ones were manufactured confectionery, but they're actually real cherries that have this weird bleaching process.
Okay.
Which can't be good. Food that gets bleached. No. That can't be good. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I love blowing people's minds and telling them that green, yellow, and red capsicums are the same thing at different levels of ripeness.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's not strictly true. A green. Okay, I'll correct that to some green capsicum can go red, but they've actually been bred to, upon ripeness, be green, yellow, and red. So I think there's a Venn diagram where there's a crossover, but I don't think that's strictly true. And in fact, I'm willing to really stand firmly and say that's not strictly true, that there's a natural progression in ripeness from red to yellow to green. That's not true. But I think there's some crossover on them.
Are we prepared to do a fact check challenge on this?
I am literally not sober enough to do that, but
I am on Google.
The winner gets internet clout.
Infinite clout, Jesus.
Internet clout.
That's pretty full on.
That's the currency of the internet.
Okay.
I believe Grasshopper is checking
No,
this.
I'm going to do it
as we
too.
speak.
Because Grasshopper's a dirty liar, and
The variety and amount of
In the-
time a bell pepper spends on the plant determines its color and ripeness. Green bell peppers appear first and are the least ripe. As they mature, they usually turn another color. This may be yellow, orange, red, or even purple.
wait, why is this? Oh god, my fucking browser froze.
They're all the same plant at different. It's not true. They're all different plants. However, it is true that sometimes green peppers are simply unripe ones. So it would seem that you were correct there, Angry.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's like a Venn diagram. Some of them literally are. There's a crossover. They're the same thing at different, but sometimes they're actually different.
There's a viral claim going around the green, red, orange, and yellow bell peppers you see in the grocery stores are all the same plant. As the theory goes, peppers start out as green, then turn yellow and orange as they ripen before finally turning red. Here's the thing, it's not true. The claim went viral on Twitter when Call Me Amy, a lifestyle blogger, posted it. It has more than 51,000 retweets and 260,000 likes. It blew the minds of
Hey,
thousands
sorry,
of
just jumping
commenters.
in. Fucking lightweight. My Gay Lions tweet literally has 10 times more engagement than that.
And was picked up
My
uncritically.
Gay
I'm
Lions
adding
tweet,
that to the bingo cards.
my
Gay
Gay Lions
Lions.
tweet is more true.
It's going to
than
be
the
an
thing
ultra
about
rare
Captain.
square.
But it's simply not true that the different peppers you see in the grocery store are all one plant. Look at any seed catalog and you'll see different seeds for different types of peppers. There are different ones for green, red, yellow, and orange. It is true that some green peppers in grocery stores are unripe red peppers, some of which start out green before turning red. Kevin Lawrence, a farmer at Lawrence Farms Orchards in Newburgh, New York, told Insider in an interview that red peppers are more expensive because they take longer to grow and need more protection. They had to sit on the vine longer, he said. They're more prone to infection and disease from sitting on the plant for a longer time. But some green peppers are fully ripe and have always been green. Some peppers I had, they're green, he said. They stay green, they don't go red. Yellow, orange, and the rarer purple peppers can sometimes start green, but can also always be their final color depending on the plant. It's a yellow pepper, and it starts out yellow, and it stays yellow. Purple peppers, sometimes they start out purple, and other times they start out green and turn purple. So it does vary from plant to plant and from different seeds. So no, not all peppers are the same, although it's possible that your green peppers are simply unripe red ones. Glad we cleared that up. So there we go.
So purple.
my
So
analogy
Peter did
about the
pick,
Venn diagram was accurate.
and Peter did pick a pair of purple peppers.
Yeah, but how many people
Whoa.
did Peter pick?
That blew my mind because I was sitting here thinking, purple peppers aren't a thing. Like,
Oh, okay. Slightly, like Woolies in particular. Maybe no, it's more Woolies than Coles. Woolies have started doing heritage vegetables. Like a lot of Woolies will literally have 12 different sorts of tomato on sale. Not just the red tomatoes. There's yellow and white and purple and which I fucking love that they are doing heritage vegetables.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because Mrs. Angry, she's in some gardeners club where they share heritage seeds. So she would periodically like, oh yeah, they're doing things like it's tomato season. We've grown these 6 varieties of heritage tomatoes, and she would order some of them and get them, and half of them were for eating, and the other half she'd be harvesting the seeds, so she'd have them for the garden. But yeah, Woolies literally have started doing heritage vegetables, which is pretty fucking cool, honestly.
That is cool.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Well,
Down
anyways,
with
people,
monocultures.
yeah.
I saw that you were all online, and I thought for a change I'd pop in and say hello, crack off a couple of bad jokes and whatnot. But unfortunately, duty does call, and I have other things that I must attend to before I go to bed.
You go, there were 3 old ladies sitting on a bench when a flasher comes along and flashes them. First old lady had a stroke. Second old lady had a stroke. Third old lady couldn't reach.
Yep.
Nice.
But
Yep. There was a priest and a nun on a camel going through the desert, and halfway along their journey, the camel falls over and dies. and they're stranded out in the middle of the desert, and they're kind of looking at each other and going, "Well, that's it. We're screwed. We're going to die." And the priest turns around to her and he goes, "I tell you what. In all of my life, I've never seen a nun naked, and I really want to see a nun naked before I die. Would you help me out with that?" She goes, "You know what? Sure." So she strips off, and he has a look, and he goes, "Oh, wow, that's what that looks like, and that's what that looks like. Oh, wow, okay, cool." She gets dressed, and she turns around, she goes, "One good turn deserves another. I've never seen a priest naked. I'm curious. I've never seen any man naked, for that matter. I'm curious. Let's go." And he goes, "Okay, that sounds fair." So he disrobes. She has a look, and she points at his penis. She goes, "What the hell is that?" And he goes, "Oh, that's the giver of life." She goes, "Good, stick it up the camel's ass and let's get out of here."
Ah!
All right, I've got to do an equally bad taste one before you go. Okay, 3 women on a park bench, each has a banana for lunch. They're a nun, a sex worker, and a housewife. The nun takes out her banana, peels it, breaks off a little bit and nibbles it, breaks off a little bit of it. The sex worker peels her banana, deep throats it, takes the whole thing in one go. The housewife peels her banana and goes, "No, we're all fucked up."
Oh,
I
God.
love it. I absolutely love it. I'm going to tell that one to Eleanor when she wakes up in the morning. It's going to be grand.
Oh, I'm gonna wake her up now and tell her.
And that's the other
Oh,
thing that should be
God.
added to the bingo card. Every time that Abigail makes a joke about Eleanor being hers.
Well, yes, okay.
They're
yeah.
all that the bingo card is just angry quotes. We
Yeah,
don't have a
just
a Dr.
predictable
Abigail
shit that I'd
bingo.
say.
We should
Yeah.
totally
Yeah.
have a Dr. Abigail bingo card for every time that somebody misspells something, mispronounces
Yeah.
something.
Grammar corrections.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings,
Yeah.
When
Star
somebody
Trek.
says, when
Do you know
somebody says
what?
that Janeway did the right thing in the Tuvok episode.
Oh, Tuvok deserved to die. Tuvix.
Tuvix, sorry.
Tuvix deserved to die. Captain Jellicoe did nothing wrong, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's neither did Captain
That was a
Sisko.
a TNG episode.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
Anyway.
Anyways, love you all.
Take
Have a
care.
great night.
Good night.
See you all.
Take care. A joke of my own, which is how many railway workers does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't
4. 4. 1 to change the light bulb, 2 to hold the ladder, and a man just to stand around on a mobile phone overseeing it. That is a real world thing that I have seen. I saw it at
Okay.
Cardiff Station.
Management's important.
Yes.
Like, how many
Wow.
therapists does it take to change a light bulb? 1, but this light bulb has to want to change.
Yes.
How many trans women does it take to change a light bulb?
Go on.
1. However, in order to get that light bulb changed, she has to go to 2 psychiatrists.
Yeah.
She has to. she
Put on a
has to
waiting list for 4 years. Yeah.
get on a waiting list. She has to go through psychotherapy,
Yeah.
and live a real life trial for 18 months before she's allowed to see if she can live in the dark first before she's allowed to change the light bulb.
Hmm.
Ah, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got a story for you, a very short one. So last Monday, I was supposed to be getting my treadmill. Now the treadmill is actually coming for free now, which is
Right.
brilliant. What happened was I mentioned it that I was going to get one, and my friend sort of he's like, "Well, I've got one. I never use it. It's spent more time being used as a clothes hanger." And
Yeah.
so
Yes.
so you can have it, just cover the cost of moving it, kind of thing. And so I was like looking for man with van hire. But then I realized, wait a minute, I've got a friend who's a man with a van. Would you mind helping? And so what happened was last Monday, it was supposed to happen. And, the idea was he's supposed to sort of turn up there at about sort of 5:30, to pick it up and then come to me and we'll bundle it back into my flat and then we'll go to the War Games Club because that's how I know my friend. And so, we get, so it's like 5 o'clock, comes and goes, and it's like gone 6 o'clock now. Normally I'm meeting my friend down the street, it's like 6:15, 6:30 kind of time. So it's like, and we're all like, where is he? What's going on? I've sent him text messages, sent him messages on Discord. And he pops up at about 6:15, and he explains how he's had a problem with one of his dogs and he's been at the vet's. What happened was that he breeds I think they're Dalmatians or something of that nature, and they're remarkably dumb animals. Look cute but not very smart. And so what happened was his dog came in the room with reddy sort of pink foam coming out of his mouth. And apparently he'd eaten a packet of Brillo pads.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and it's like, he says to the wife, how many Brillo pads were in this pack? And it's like it was a new one, so there was only one left on the floor, which was half hanging out of his mouth. It had fallen out.
So what's a Brillo pad?
Steel wool.
It's like steel wool with.
Oh, okay. God, dogs are stupid.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's steel wool.
A dog that would do that is fucking stupid.
And it's got like a pinky foam stuff inside it for cleaning.
Oh yes, some of them have a built-in soap thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like, my first response was like, because he said like, just this breed of dog, they're stupid. And I said, it could be that. It could also be that your dog is trying to tell you that he hasn't got enough iron in his diet.
Oof.
But anyway, basically what had happened was he'd had to go to the vets for the dog to have surgery to remove the Brillo pad.
Yeah.
Yep.
Eaten 4 of them.
Yeah. No, dogs do stupid shit. And
and you'd think like, yeah, this tastes a bit like soap. I won't bother eating anymore. But then, you know what? I better check. Let me check the other 4.
no.
Yeah,
The dog was
just
just being thorough. Do they all taste this bad?
You'd think by the first 3 that maybe they're all bad.
Yeah. But can you really be sure until you try all of them? Maybe the next one's going to be okay.
Oh dear me. When I was a younger child, I once opened all the Christmas presents under the tree just in case they'd made a mistake and put other people's names on by mistake.
Again, that's flawless logic. It could have been a mistake. They could have been meant for you.
Yes.
All right, I need to take a little wee break. So, do you all want me to leave you in charge, or will I put AIDSy on?
Put AIDSy on.
All right.
I need a break.
Okay, give everyone a break for a couple of minutes. Okay. Sorry, I just saw very weird shit pop up on the blank Bing search page. Bing fucking sucks, honestly. You just get wall-to-wall advertising. But anyway.
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
7, 8, 9.
7 was because 7 was a registered sex offender.
Okay, that went dark, but
My favorite one of those is because 7 had cold Dead eyes.
It could also be because Seven was involved in killing the Borg Queen.
Yeah, 7 of 9.
Yeah.
We're worried about 7 of 9. All right,
My nickname for her was 10 out of 10.
Fair call. All right, thirst trap. All right, I'm going to put AIDSy on and be gone for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
His jaw's fallen off. We're getting to his head's going to fall off in a few minutes. Not a few seconds, actually. I was looking at, we're 4 minutes into the 5-minute video. But trying to. God. Ugh, they left the lights on in the rest of the house, which was nice of them. This just means I've got to remember to switch the lights off before I go to bed. But this is the newest episode, White Beach. This is not bad.
You say going to bed. My sleeping pattern is garbage right now. I went to bed at about 6 o'clock this morning. Probably
that's
spent
good.
about half an hour playing some like phone games to get me sleepy, and then I ended up waking up about 10:30 in the morning. So
Yeah. That's not
Damn.
good. That's not
I've
good.
had-
That's
I've
4
had about
hours. That's
three
your.
about 3
Yeah.
or 4 hours.
That's only the first part of your like natural sleep rhythm.
Yeah.
There's a 4 hour sleep pattern, and then
Mm.
there's like 2 2 hour sleep patterns
Mm.
in a regular sleep. And
Isn't- I do remember a few weeks ago I actually slept through the whole night and didn't wake up at all, which is pretty rare.
I've
my
actually
go-to mobile game for getting to sleep
Mhm.
is a game called 2048.
Oh
Right,
yeah. I have a couple
It's simple.
variations on that game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple, and yeah, that doesn't have pop-up ads or anything like that.
Well, I actually have pretty regular sleep patterns, not to upset either of you, but I tend to go to bed at 10
Yeah,
o'clock. But sometimes it doesn't work. Like, it's not common, but every now and then I'll lie there and at least it's partly caused by my CPAP machine. And I'll lie there and I'll go, I've been lying here a really fucking long time. And I'm not. And I have to get up and do something because I just realize I'm just not falling asleep. It's not common, but it does happen. But even I think it's even just as not last night because I'd been to 5 cocktail bars, so I fell asleep quite easily when I got home. But the previous night, I found myself lying there, and part of my brain was going, "I don't think I'm going to go to sleep." And then I rolled over and realized it was the middle of the night and I'd been asleep for quite a while. I did go to sleep. That's cool. And I was like,
well, luckily I have a giant fluffy cat to fall asleep to.
yep. And also, Rabid Game Fan, hello. I didn't realize you were there. Yeah, 2048's Tetris of the Spine.
Yeah, it's a good call.
I've got. Where is my phone? I don't even know where my phone is. That's
Hey, I have to kind of check out a bit because I'm going to stay in the chat,
yeah.
but I'm like so out of spoons.
Yeah.
So
that's fine.
I just don't have the spoons to maintain Angry Bunch.
No, take it easy.
So
I'm gonna.
But I'll stay in chat if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm easing down myself, having some soda water, and then putting some thought into. Man, I'm surrounded by a lot of alcohol. There you go.
I post my 2048 high scores on my Discord channel.
Mm-hmm.
In the high scores on my server.
My phone's over here, and it's still on, which has probably been draining the battery for a couple of hours.
Oh no!
So,
But see you later, Abigail. Then
I did get a 16,384 tile in 2048 once. Anyway,
good night.
See you in chat.
Take care.
My 2 variants of that sort of thing. One of them is called ×2 blocks, and the other is called 2248. So there are clearly a bunch of these things like move blocks and double them and whatnot. There's clearly a bunch of these around. I don't know who was the original person who actually innovated and created them. But there's clearly been a bunch of sort of imitating cash-ins. But yeah, actually the two I have are quite different. Times two block ones. You just got to actually, I can't even verbally explain these things, so I'm not going to try. There we go. I was just trying to change the screen a bit. But the 22481 has this lovely sort of keyboard sound when you connect up squares, and it's this very relaxing Zen vibe where it's just like goes ding 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 ding. Whereas this other one times two doesn't do that. Doesn't have the nice relaxing Zen sounds. But
what I used to go to sleep is I play a crossword puzzle, fairly light one, and usually a game of solitaire. And that's enough to get me sleepy, and then I listen to music. I listen to Vangelis quite a lot.
Vangelis would be good for sleep. Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite album is really great. It's 1988 one, I think it was, and it's called Direct. That's a really good piece. This song, there's The Will of the Wind and Metallic Rain, which are kind of like two songs that blend into one.
Yeah.
And those are really good pair to sleep to.
Yeah.
There are a couple of songs on that album that I've removed. There's one called Gloriana or something like that, and it's like loud singing opera type of thing, and it's like, that doesn't really fit very well with that album. So I listened to that one. Jean-Michel Jarre, I listened to him a lot.
Yes, very good. Well, he was in a lot of 80s movies. Jean-Michel Jarre.
And if it wasn't him in the movies, it was his dad, Maurice Jarre.
Oh, yes, Maurice. Maurice did a lot of movie soundtracks, yes.
Yeah. And then, and the other one I like to listen to is the album MET3, the album for Oblivion, which I love that movie. I really, really do.
Yeah. That's the
movie.
Tom Cruise movie?
Yeah.
That is one of the good Tom Cruise movies, yeah.
Yeah, I know Tom Cruise gets a really bad rep for some reason. I like most of his movies, though.
Oblivion's a good one. Edge of Tomorrow's a really good one.
Yeah, that was clever as well, yeah.
Honestly, the Mission Impossible movies are quite entertaining. They all get to the point where it's like, oh, okay, you just stretched my credulity just a little bit too far with that over-the-top stunt.
The first one, the first one of those movies. You remember the one when there's the helicopter flying in the tunnel, chasing the French train, and it's like, okay, my bogusometer is tweaking like fucking crazy here because I know. Not only would it be pretty much impossible to be able to fly a helicopter in a tunnel like that, because the air would be swirling around, down around, and then
would have crashed very quickly. Yes.
Yeah, but also the fact it was a fucking electric train with the overhead wires.
Yeah,
climbing on the roof of one of the trains tends to make people go bang.
Yeah, it's actually quite common that the end of movie totally spectacular sequence just absolutely destroys credulity. It's it's like, oh no, you took it too far. You just kept upping it and upping it and upping it, and but yeah, I agree. Sci-fi ones, Edge of Tomorrow and Oblivion were really interesting. But yeah, I think it probably all gets tied up into what a weirdo he is as a person.
And again, it's that don't have heroes type territory.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know,
And yeah, I've always said that for two reasons. A, it's not fair to the person that you declare to be a hero because they are going to be a flawed individual. But B, it's not fair to you because you're going to find out something terrible about the person that you've elevated to a hero and it's going to hurt you. So just remember that they're all humans and they're going to be flawed and they're going to have failings, and don't place all your hopes and dreams on them because that's a really bad idea.
it's the reason why people like Vangelis and Jean Jaja have done well, because
Hmm.
they generally don't have much in the way of lyrics, and lyrics kind of gives you a feeling about what an artist maybe
Yep.
political leanings are or whatever.
Yep, that's fair. So I'm also remembering Jean-Michel Jarre, one of his famous 80s ones was in the Australian movie Gallipoli, an early Mel Gibson movie, which is a good movie, but it's the one that goes. That was one of his most famous ones, and it was in the movie Gallipoli, where the characters were actually running across the salt pans in the desert in Central Australia.
Yeah, that's Equinox, I think it is. It might
Yes,
be
Equinox. It's Equinox. Yes, definitely. Ah, yes, you remember.
yeah, I think it's Equinox 4, if I remember correctly.
Oh, and also like Safa mentioning using YouTube thunderstorms to get to sleep. I, on occasion, when I remember to bring my earbuds into bed, I will use bilateral stimulation videos on YouTube. Sometimes they're music, sometimes they're ambient sound, like thunderstorms. But I learned about that because Mrs. Angry uses it in her therapy work, and it works with her EMDR and whatnot. Bilateral stimulation is a thing where there's a pulsing stereo pulsing thing that goes ear to ear. So the things on YouTube, they have a sort of constant low level noise thing happening, whether it's ambient music or thunderstorms or whatever. But there'll be this sound that goes ear to ear, just a pinging that goes bing, 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 and it's supposed to relax your brain. But that can be very effective. So that's my recommendation for the evening. If you can't sleep, bilateral stimulation videos on YouTube. So
Yeah, I've Jean Chajard is a great artist. I've got most of his albums. I actually play a piece of Equinox, my New Year thing. When I had my New Year's party, because I live on the 10th floor of a block of flats overlooking Manchester, and like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fireworks all on display. Just people shoot them all over, And so I 20 to 30-minute free fireworks party display. And it's amazing to see. Well, because the he did a concert in Houston in 1985, 86. I can't remember now. It was their bicentennial anniversary of it anyway. So he did this one, and the concert starts with Equinox 5. Which kind of like pushes up his arms. You get this thunderclap, and then sort of It doesn't matter. I'm never going to making the sounds out of my mouth, but my brain,
Yeah, no, I am equally bad.
my brain
so-
can hear the sound, but my mouth doesn't make it sound right. It all sounds wrong.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's just a great piece and it's all, the concert starts, you got fireworks and lasers being fired on buildings and all that kind of stuff. It just was an amazing thing. And so I have been doing that every year, playing that exact piece of music on the crack of midnight since 1988.
Oh. Okay.
Which is when I got my first DVD player.
Ah. All right. Well, I like that. You're reminding me. I keep as we get near New Year's Eve every year, I often see people put these memes like, "Oh, if you start playing X at this exact time, at the stroke of midnight, you will get Y." And sometimes it's a music thing, like if you play this really well-known electronic dance music thing, you'll get the drop happens right on the stroke of midnight. Sometimes it's a movie. If you start the movie at this exact point on the stroke of midnight, you'll actually get this funny or pertinent line of dialogue. Or maybe it's 2001, where you'll get the really trippy light show will happen right at midnight. Everyone comes up with these things where they plan, if you start playing this particular thing at this exact moment, then a really critical thing will happen right at midnight.
Yeah, right. I don't believe in any of those kind of things. I actually kind of find them funny when I hear people saying things like that.
Oh, I think they are just being funny. It's just like if you play a thing, you'll get this at midnight. So Heine's asking, do you like Pale Waves? I don't know what that is.
I don't know. I don't know what that is either.
Okay, I'm going to put a thing on here, and it's the thing I was listening to earlier to sort of get myself right. This is not relaxing. This is this is a thing that dates back to either the late 80s or early 90s. And I first saw it at a party where, look, I was, as they say, in Minecraft, because if I said the exact thing, I would technically be admitting to a crime. But I was in Minecraft where I was seeing things that other people don't necessarily see because of a Minecraft pill that I took. And someone had, it was a VHS tape, and someone in America who obviously worked at like a TV station and had access to both news footage and editing material, and they had made this weird fucked up things with cut-ups and loops. And one of the bits that is one of the best known bits is George H.W. Bush, like the elder Bush, being cut up to be saying, we will rock you. But they do these cut-ups where they repeat the loops, and they repeat them so often that it's like, no, you shouldn't have repeated it that many times because it's fucking with my head now. And they do really fast cut edits. Like there's a warning if you're photosensitive, if flashing lights can cause epilepsy with you, don't watch this, because this has really fast edits that will cause a reaction. And the other one was where they're splicing together various violent news events, like I know the attempt on Reagan's life is in there. An American politician who called a press conference and then pulled a gun out and fucking blew his brains out. But basically all these violent things. And Harrison Ford from Patriot Games keeps running up saying, get down, which of course has a double meaning, because in the movie, bad things are happening and he's telling someone to get down. But of course, if you're having a funky dance party, you say, get down, get down. But anyway, this whole thing is extremely weird and will absolutely potentially mess with your head. So fairly warned be ye. It's called Emergency Broadcast Network. And I just put the link in the chat. And you don't have to watch it because it's extremely weird. But that they did a whole bunch of little things. That's like a half-hour compilation of what they call commercial entertainment product. And it is weird cut-ups of movies and news stuff. And this was done in late 80s, early 90s technology. So it's super fucking weird. And like I said, the very first time I saw it, someone, and this was the thing, this is pre-internet. This shit would somehow get shared. Someone in America who had access to video editing equipment, so they almost definitely worked at a TV station, they did this super fucking weird cut up and put it onto VHS tapes, and they got shared around the world. And so I was in a fucking house party in Sydney and I saw this. And as I said, I was in Minecraft at the time, and this had a whole different impact.
I'll have a look at that.
My perceptions were altered. Oh, and one of the bits in it they did, it's just a loop of Mariah Carey doing that horrible high-pitched thing she does. And I think in the song that it is, it only goes for about 5 seconds of her squealing, going, ah! And this one just has, it fucking loops it, and it goes for a couple minutes, and that shit burns itself into your brain, because humans aren't meant to tolerate that for more than about 5 seconds, which is how long it actually went. But so when it's looped to go for a minute or more, it really fucks you up. So it's a whole thing. But yeah, it's that comes with, I don't know, a health advisory, both with fucking the photosensitive thing, because it has the...
What I love on this is how he's it's got 18,000 views, but he's only got 35 subscribers.
Yeah, no, because
and he's only got one video.
Yeah, no, it's just thing, and people just put this on at videos. And it seriously, it got swapped around on VHS tapes in the 90s across continents. That's how shit used to happen. Stuff would get swapped physically across continents. And just the ability to edit this on late 80s, early 90s technology, videotape technology, is just, it was a huge undertaking by someone for fucking no commercial gain. It's just a weird bit of anti-art, and it's fucking incredible. It's I was going to say it's peak Gen X. Honestly, the person who did it was probably a boomer, probably a younger boomer. I suspect it was done by someone who was 5-10 years older than me, which would make them a young boomer. But it's so, particularly I'll listen to it with headphones on, because that'll really fuck you up. But yeah, pre-live streams, there's a few things I will play to amp me up. Emergency Broadcast Network is one of them. The more innocuous things, I think something like, I don't know, Andrew WK doing Party Hard, or the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones doing the impression that I get. Those are more sort of party and up things. emergency broadcast is a really fucking weird thing. If I listen to that with headphones, that puts me into a very strange headspace.
So I had a weird one happen recently. So
Yeah.
I'm at the War Games Club, and there's a PA system. So the guy who sort of oversees it, he just like puts his phone on and plays music out of it, you know.
Yeah.
And I had to ask him to sort of move to the next song because there was one that kind of upset me. It was Mike and the Mechanics in the Living Years. Do you remember that song?
I do remember Mike and the Mechanics, yes.
Yeah. So there was the bit sort of, you know, I wasn't there that morning when my father passed away. I didn't get to tell him all the things I had to say. And it's like, shit, you know, it sort of made me think about my mum. So I asked him to sort of move it on. But there's an interesting thing about that song. So you know when you got like the Good Morning TV show type things. So breakfast television, and they would you play a song from the charts that are on at the moment, kind of thing. And so so they've had that piece of music on, and one of the people on the couch on there was Rolf Harris.
Ugh.
And no one knew about him back at that time.
Yeah.
Well, not many people, at least. Anyway, she knew, but and he was in tears because his father, died, whatever. And so I remember thinking about him, and then like 2 days later, he was dead. It was on the news. He was dead. It's like, wow. Bizarre how I was only thinking about him like day before yesterday, and then he dies.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. The existence is weird. What can we say? You see these things, and it's all very weird.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I never did write to my mum.
Yeah, I mean, I had a whole fucking weird thing with my family. I mean, my dad died when I was about 21. And there's this thing that I found unsettling that because, having a 21st birthday party was a big thing when I was young. These days, people rightly make more of a thing about an 18th. But when I was that age, even though 18 had been adulthood for a while, the 21st birthday was still a big thing. And my dad had cancer, and so my 21st birthday was used as an excuse for everyone to get together without saying, oh, we're all getting together before he dies. And I felt used. I was like, okay, this is just a bit unsettling. Like, I know what's going on here. You're using my 21st to get everyone to come together so you don't have to say we should all come together before he dies. And I was like, that's fucked up. I'm not really on board with this. But it happened anyway. But it's like, all right, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one because, I keep having dreams of, like, eventually I'm going to get surgery and stuff,
Yeah.
And, I just sort of keep, like, I don't know. It's like I would love to wake up from the surgery and there's my mum smiling at me. Like caring and giving a shit type territory, and it's like a longing dream. Kind of depressing, really.
Yeah, I mean, our lives, our existence, stuff happens that's extremely imperfect and occasionally quite depressing. And yeah. And what do we make of it? What do we make of the fact that we're all living imperfect lives and we're in imperfect environments and we are subject to the whims of imperfect people?
Well, how old are you now? I've forgotten.
So have I. That's how old I am. That's me dodging. I am. I genuinely.
What year were you born?
66. So I'm
8 years older than I am. So
57.
Yeah, I was born in 74.
Yeah.
I suppose you are just about the age of you could be a big brother. You know,
Yeah.
if we're in the same
what does
family.
that make me, like 6 to 8 years older? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're the same generation, Generation X.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you look at the I think I've got it around here somewhere. There's a chart that I've seen recently. It's on the desk. I was making an argument recently. And I'm just searching. I have a really, really bad habit of just dumping stuff on my desktop.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that.
And then I end up sort of filtering it off into different places and deleting stuff. There it is. So when it comes to the transition, this is in the UK. I've got a screen share for you. And it's showing is a trans man a man and a trans woman a woman?
What people agree, yeah.
Yeah, and like say, if you look, that blue bar is getting wider on the, there's much more acceptance.
Yeah.
As the younger generations are, which gives me hope.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's almost a constant. There's something that changes, and the younger generation of the day will be more ahead than the older generation. Like boomers were more accepting of race equality than the generations before them. Gen X were more accepting of gay people than the generations before them. Millennials, Gen Z, more accepting of trans people than the generations before them. So there's always, I guess, a new thing, a new challenge. And I guess the generation pre-boomers were the ones who gave women the vote. So they were more accepting of, women having basic rights. So
I think that was probably before the silent gen, which is at the bottom bar.
Yeah, I guess it was actually the generation before them. Yes, I think you're right.
But either way, it just comes to show that even in the boomers, the agree-disagree is in this sort of is 50-50 when you exclude the don't know.
Yeah. Yes.
But like say my generation, our generation, the Gen X is kind of like 50-50 on it. It's a bit more than 50-50, but not a lot.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, my mum's generation are the boomers. So is it really a surprise that my mum just can't deal with it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it would God, there was not even anyone even openly gay in my family. My uncle, one of my dad's brothers, was obviously gay, and I think everyone adult knew he was, but it was never talked about. So it was no one was ever awful to, because he was great. I loved him, Uncle Leon. He was awesome. I think as a kid, I literally had no idea he was gay. Like I actually, on a school excursion thing, I actually stayed at his place. He was in a shared house with these younger guys, and me 10 years old, like in my 20s, looking back, like, oh, they were all gay as fuck. That was such a gay house. I fucking sheltered upbringing, teenage me had literally no idea, even though it was like super friggin' obvious. But no one in my family was against my uncle. No one was cutting him off. Everyone loved him and whatnot, but no one talked about it. It wasn't open. So that was like the boomer generation stuff with gay people. You didn't necessarily persecute them, but no one wanted to talk about it openly. Whereas Gen X was much more open about people being gay. But yeah, I feel like every generation, young generation, thinks they're the together ones who are going to fix everything, and the older generations are bogus, and I can't wait for them to die so everything will be better. But subsequent generations always think the older generations are stick in the muds, usually for good reason.
Yeah.
But I just think humans don't stay still. Humans change. Their attitudes evolve. You get cultural and societal evolution.
There's a funny. Actually, I've got a chart here for that as well. There's the should trans women be able to use ladies' bathrooms type stuff, and there's an interesting thing on the charts, which is men tend to be more transphobic.
Yeah,
because
they're insecure.
Sorry,
they're insecure.
Yeah,
there's this thing of, if I find a trans woman attractive, does that make me gay? There's this ridiculous insecurity.
Yeah. No, it's a cat.
Sorry, I just love the cat popping up in the middle of all the chat.
Oh yeah, I was looking for something. I don't know. I grab all sorts.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh, they fucking suck so.
Oh, that's me showing a picture of my cut hands.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that was when my modelling scalpel slipped.
Oof. Oh, I'm just imagining how much that bled. Oh my God.
That one, yeah. The little one bled more, and that was when it slept a previous time.
Oof. No, just sharp things. They make you bleed.
Oh, this was the awful photo I took for my voter ID card that the Tories brought in this year.
Oh gosh, okay.
And I didn't get one in time, and I still don't have one now.
Oh, okay.
But fortunately, I was thinking ahead, and I phoned up the electoral offices, and they got me sorry, I was sent a temporary one, which is just a piece of A4 paper with a picture of me on. Oh, that's my model stuff. Oh, there you go. There's Graham Linehan again.
Oh God, he's a fucking he invaded some mothers group in the UK, sorry, and I think a lot of the women in the group were kind of turfy, and so he was making some inroads, but he was such a control freak. At a certain point, the women get, what the fuck? This guy wants to control this group, and why are we letting him? And so we ended up getting kicked out, even though, because it was like a boomer, older Gen X group, and so they were a bit turfy. So some of his shit worked at first, but then at a certain point they went, okay, this guy is super weird and is trying to control us and our forum.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
the hell?
Yep, I remember that. I think it might have been on Mumsnet.
Yeah, it was Mumsnet. It was Mumsnet.
Yeah, which is just a hotbed of transphobia.
Yeah.
You know,
But even for them, Graham Linehan got too much.
the thing that's bonkers about, because do you know why he's such a massive transphobe?
Was it because he got divorced? I don't know.
No, he got divorced because of this shit.
Yeah.
What happened was that many years ago, like in the late 90s or something like that, there was the IT Crowd, I think it was.
Yeah, which was a good show.
And in one of the episodes, one of the characters, sort of falls in love with a girl, and then she just sort of confesses to him, I was born a man, I'm trans.
Yeah.
And they end up having a a big massive fist fight at one point, like, oh, my balls, she says, and it's just like, and so trans people, it was just on Twitter, and it was like, trans people like, ooh, this didn't age well, did it? And that was it. That was what it was. That didn't age well, turned him into a massive how dare you say my work is wrong and hasn't aged well and bigoted and stuff like that. And he became just a massive transphobe as a result of it.
Yeah.
All because and the irony of it that he complains about trans people or whatever getting triggered. And yet,
no,
this whole thing is
he's
just
the most triggered
trigger.
person in history. Yeah,
he was so triggered he became a monstrous transphobe.
Alienated his entire family with his fuckery. I don't even remember. So I clearly didn't see every episode of the IT Crowd. I don't even remember that episode. What's this? Gotta love the editorial cartoons.
Yeah.
Oh, the place with the God-given right to... Oh, yeah, no. Okay.
Yeah. And some of the stuff you see is... Katie Montgomery's a trans woman.
Yeah.
That was my picture that I made.
That's the trans icon that is the IKEA shark.
Yeah. Called Blaha.
Blaha.
And so I just I have to make this poster. So literally all I did was take a tablet, put estradiol written on it, because that's estrogen, and then Blaha, using the same Jaws font.
Yes.
As well. I was quite pleased with this one. Sometimes I do these things, I think that's brilliant, and then I get disappointed because it doesn't get shared or anything, it's just like, oh yeah, that's funny, and that's like 4 people say that, and then you get loads. But
that's social media.
Right.
And also saying hi to Blur, doing hand wave.
Yeah. So a couple of months ago, trans woman goes and shoots up a school.
Oh yeah, I don't know that I ever got the whole story. I thought it was like they had
trans man, possibly non-binary, possibly.
Yeah, they had been, or they felt they had been persecuted by that school or something.
I don't even know what the reason was.
Yeah, they all got fucked up.
This was a response to it. 4,179 men have been mass shooters in these years. Only one trans person. That's 0.25%. Don't you dare give us any crap.
Yeah.
There's the original picture that I edited, and there's the other one. This guy is a lunatic. He really is. I've met him in real life. God, he's a piece of shit. So Alex Bramham is a transphobe, but a gay guy. And so one of the things, he didn't want to have a gay marriage. He got sort of married recently to his boyfriend, and his and But they went for a civil partnership, not a
Oh yeah, no,
marriage.
those
They're
weird
into
gay guys,
transes.
who says I won't get married because blah, 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 and I'm going to do a civil union. It's just like, why do you hate yourself so much? It's so fucking
He
weird.
is, yeah, he is someone who hates himself. You know,
Yeah.
he's a Christian as well, so that
Yeah.
kind of makes it a lot harder for him.
The whole self-loathing thing is sad.
Yeah, but being gay is a choice, says the gay guy.
Yeah.
And by the way, notice how he's cut the bit out of the.
Yes, no, that's the aggressive thing the weird reactionary gays do. Yeah.
Yeah, cut the well, he's gone.
The
He's
trans and race bits. Yeah. No, that's the weird reactionary gays. It's very strange.
Oh, that's her getting sprayed full of water at in New Zealand.
Oh my god, she had such a bad time in New Zealand. That was hilarious.
Yeah, well, there was the one at Hobart as well, and she
Yeah,
was
it's like it turned in Melbourne because the Nazis showed up in Melbourne.
Yeah.
And at that point, everyone went, fuck this shit. This person who's popular with Nazis, fuck that. And so they turned on her in Hobart, but then it really fucking went south on her in New Zealand.
Yeah. What happened in one of the things that was interesting in Hobart was that she was being heckled basically, and she was really upset about it. And the reason why she had, she's like, she didn't like Australia, and she certainly didn't like New Zealand. And the reason is simple: that in Australia and in New Zealand, she was described as a anti-trans activist.
Yes.
But in the UK, the press describe her as a women's rights activist.
Yeah. No, she's just awful. And she actively courts the violent Nazi men. She literally says you men should protect women by violently stopping anyone you don't think's feminine enough who's going in to use a women's toilet.
Yeah, and not just violently, but suggested American where they got open carry.
Oh yeah, yeah, literally suggested killing them. Yes.
Yeah. This was the Crimea River, territory.
Oh, tardigrade with the world's smallest violin, of course.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I get it.
This is the one where trans women have been banned from cycling and rugby and athletics. So it's like, when asked how he would respond if a transgender athlete said the decision was unfair, Lord Coe told Sky News, "We don't have any trans athletes in international competition. That may come. That day may come." So basically, banning something that doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, no, it's you get people, and also everything the TERFs do throws some cis women under the bus, and they just don't fucking care. Like every time they come up with some ridiculous shit, you put to them and go, "Here's how you're hurting cis women by doing that," and they're like, "I don't care because I care less about hurting cis women than I'm in favor of hurting trans women." It's just like, fuck.
Yeah, this one's comical because it's like, no Nazi on the planet supports women's rights or is sympathetic for feminism. They hate us. And yet, turns up at Posey Parker's thing.
Well, yeah. And I don't know. I don't think it's a big thing to say like, hey, if you are pushing a particular cause and you find out actual Nazis are aggressively pushing the same cause, you maybe should pause and think about, hey, what am I doing? What am I doing here?
Yeah.
Am I making a mistake?
So this is another one that's kind of comical. I say comical in this rather cynical sense.
Yeah.
So what happened was the gender criticals. That's what GCs mean, which is just
right,
synonym for transphobe. Just
Yeah,
to-
the TERFs.
Yeah,
GC
it's like-
TERFs.
it's like race realists. That just means racist.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
You know. But anyway, what happened was he turned up and like shoved and punched someone or something, and he got arrested. And the gender criticals were trying to say he's a trans rights activist,
Yeah.
but he wasn't.
No, if he's in Patriots of Britain, he's a fascist.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, it's like time for conservatives to shoot up their trucks for called the woke mind virus. This should be good. This is someone who is LGBT, probably. And
Yeah.
he said, "Oh my God, they put a rainbow on the car," and you know, so we need to destroy Ford things. You know.
Yeah. No, again, yeah. No, there's people who have the fucking brain worms, as far as I can tell. It's
Yeah.
Oh, what did I miss here? Safa. In the UK, shit is pretty bad. I have to admit, YouTuber who has the Philosophy Tube channel.
Oh yeah. Abigail Thorne.
Yeah, and she said there was one video where she said, arguably, she's the most famous trans woman in Britain. And then when she said that, she goes, "Yay, I'm Queen of Turf Island." And I just cracked up.
Yeah.
That was just, oh my gosh. Yeah.
But
yeah.
this is the reference to.
This is a reference to the Melbourne rally. Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Nazis show up and you don't remove or denounce them and you suppress the people protesting them, you're at a Nazi rally. Yeah. No two ways about it. No two ways about it. Posey Parker and her TERFs just fucking embrace the Nazis. Dr. Abigail, okay, it's 1 a.m. and I have been drinking the entire stream. So obviously I'm repeating stuff. And you know what? I'm going to do another fucking bingo square because I'm going to sing repeat stuff, repeat stuff, repeat stuff. Because that's what I do. Hey, Metalhead.
Hello,
Happy
Metalhead.
Pride. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just want people to realize about this transphobia stuff. So I don't spend all day on Twitter.
Which
I
is
go
healthy.
on- yeah, I might go on for an hour every few days or something. You know, sometimes I can spend all day on it. Other times I
Yeah.
can go on for, you know, an hour and then just turn it off and do other stuff, watch YouTube videos. You know, I watch a couple of gaming channels, you know, and railway videos and news stuff. But
Yeah.
there's one, you know, I mean, I could quite easily just block every transphobe there is on Twitter and I wouldn't even see it, you know.
Yeah.
But there's two reasons why I keep an eye on this stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, the main one is to know where your enemy is.
There is that, yes.
You know, it's basically I'm covering my back.
Yeah.
It's a good idea to know if the government are targeting you, then it's a good idea to know these things in advance.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, I mean, one of the phrases that's been thrown around a lot lately has been genocide, transgenocide.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a sort of a, you know, like an increasing radicalization step by step change.
Mm.
And so they're referring to trans people in particular, but it's kind of spreading into all LGBT people as groomers. And the thing is, you know, if someone murders a paedophile, that's not a big. I mean, yeah, it's like there are better ways to do it, but people don't frown so much. And it's like, well, you know, all it takes. I mean, you know, I'm lucky I live in the UK and we generally don't have guns here.
Yeah.
So, you know, in a few weeks' time, like next month, in June, July, there is a transgender event called Sparkle. It's happening in Manchester in the Gay Village area in the park there, and it's great. I went there last year, and I've been there a couple of times before as well. It's brilliant. Now, if it was America, I might be a little bit worried to go somewhere like that because
Yeah.
crazy people with guns that have been told that all trans people are pedophiles, and believe that stuff.
Yeah.
You look how many people believe Trump's lies and ended up storming the Capitol building.
Yeah, people who just get disconnected from reality and they get convinced that doing extremely unreasonable stuff is actually reasonable.
Yeah. So all it takes is extremist language, extremist indoctrination, effectively, and easy access to guns, and you've got another mass shooting with a load of LGBT people at the end. At the end of those bullets. I'm glad I live in the UK. We generally don't have guns.
Yeah.
The only people who have guns are criminals, and but they tend to be shooting each other.
Yeah.
And the cops. But
Yeah.
the idea of me being swatted isn't a thing. In America, it's a thing.
Yes, that's a real thing.
Yeah. You get a police officer knocking at your door.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
and there's probably more of a thing here.
Yeah.
So, oh God. Okay, Blur, I'm feeling for you, my friend. You lost a friend to gun violence. It's fucking awful. It's fucking awful.
Yeah.
Yeah. The obsession with guns is weird. There's actually probably more of an issue with guns in Australia than there is in the UK, actually. It's not huge, but it is probably more of an issue than in the UK.
Well, I know you banned them, but I'm sure there's some people managed to keep on.
No, it's been worn away ever since. In the 90s, John Howard introduced quite strict gun control laws, which an overwhelming majority of the population agreed with. And by overwhelming, I mean 75, 80% at least agreed with it. But that small minority has been chipping away at it ever since. And so there are now probably more guns in private hands in Australia than there were prior to Howard's changes to the law. They've just been chipping away at it since then.
Didn't you have a law just a few years ago that removed guns as a normal thing?
Look again. The gun promoters don't get very far in Australia, but they have been chipping away. Again, I grew up in the country. People in the country, particularly farmers actually have a need for guns, to control feral animals and whatnot.
Yeah.
But there's other people who exploit that. So it's like I'm getting Discord. Oh no, is there something in Discord? Oh, Mega Leech. Mega Leech won Angry Aussie Bingo. Okay. That's fair. So I'm just going to show Mega Leech actually wins tonight. So he got that diagonal one. It was Dan Murphy's Freezer Martini, the Free Square, After Party, Sugar Syrup. Okay, yeah. So Mega Leech actually wins. He got a bingo on the Angry Aussie bingo card. Oh wow! There's some. Okay, I'm just going to throw out. I have not mentioned Gabor Mate or Cory Doctorow for ages. I need to. Also, Timothy Oliphant. There's a new fucking Justified mini series coming in the next month, and I am gonna fucking watch it. For anyone who doesn't know, Timothy Oliphant is an American actor. He's done a shit heap of stuff, but most famous for a series called Justified, where he's a U.S. Marshal. It's a brilliant show. It's really good. It's propaganda. It's definitely propaganda, but it's a good show. But yeah, there's a new. I don't know if it's just going to be a one-off series or if they might make it a multiple series. But I'm looking forward to it. And
I just found a new series that I rather like. The Silo. Have you heard about that one at all?
is that on Apple TV?
I don't know. I downloaded it because I saw something about
All right,
it.
no, I think it's on Apple TV, and I've heard it's very good, but I don't subscribe to Apple TV, so I haven't seen it.
Mm.
But yes, I have heard the Silo is good.
Yeah, I watched the first 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Effectively, everybody lives in a silo. It's like a big, tall
Yes.
society. You know, it's
Yeah.
like it basically it's like a biodome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Outside the silo is a wasteland or something. So yeah.
Yeah. You know, and it's just sort of you know, it's an interesting one. It's still I've only watched 3 episodes so far, so it's still starting to happen. But I mean, I've binge watched stuff recently. My friend has got Disney Plus, so I've been sort of watching all the. I barely watched any films or anything. All I've watched is The Walking Dead, mainly on it.
Right.
You know, which, you know, it's good, but it's terrible at the same time. I don't know why I watched it so much.
Yeah. There's actually a new Walking Dead series coming because I'm a comics guy and I was into the Walking Dead comics and then they adapted it for TV. The TV series was good. It had its ups and downs. It modified the source material a lot, which was interesting because that meant even though you'd read the comics, you didn't know what was going to happen in the TV show because they'd modified it. But they actually finished The Walking Dead a year or so ago, but they did a little sort of post-credit teaser because the lead character from the first couple seasons, Rick, he disappeared, but you know he wasn't
Funnily
dead.
enough,
He disappeared.
That's where I'm at now.
Yeah, but he had disappeared for a couple of seasons, but then they gave him a post-credit teaser in the last episode that he was still alive and he was somewhere else where it was kind of fucked up, and it was like Manhattan Island in like New York, and so there's a new Walking Dead series. I don't know if it's just a one-off or whatnot, but I think it's called Dead Island, and it brings some of the characters back, and so I suspect they're going to try and rescue Rick from New York. But,
well, thanks for spoiling it for me.
Oh no, I'm just going off the teasers. I don't know anything that happens.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm only up to the bit where he's sort of gone missing, but is it, you know, it's like, okay, where'd he go?
The bit where the bridge blew up?
Yeah.
He never comes back.
Okay.
So that okay, I literally just gave you a spoiler, but also it's a spoiler from a couple of years ago. But yeah, no, there's sorry, I did give you a spoiler. I should have given a spoiler one. But anyway, yeah, so they gave a teaser that he was still alive, and now there's a new series coming, and I suspect it's a couple of the characters from The Walking Dead who are going to try and rescue Rick. So Blur, you're saying you don't know the details about your friend group might be connected to a series of shortings. God damn. Yeah, no, it's fucked. So your friend got shot, parked cars. Yeah, no, it's all fucked up. Yeah, no. And again, when there are, I know that there is a fallacy, and this stems from like the Wild West in the US, that says a well-armed society is a polite society, and that's what we now know to be a fallacy, where it's like, well, if everyone has a gun, no one's going to do anything obnoxious because everyone has a gun. But we know from real world experience, if there is a reckless distribution of guns in a society, a disturbing number of people get randomly killed. So a well-armed society is not a polite society. An over-armed society is an over-dangerous society. We know that because it's not an abstract thing. We see what happens where a damaged culture allows a reckless propagation of gun ownership and possession. It just means an unsettling number of people are killed by all these guns. It's depressing as fuck.
It's ironic because I grew up around guns.
Yeah.
You know, my parents were in the military, and so the
Okay.
gate guards, you know, they were armed.
Yeah.
But of course they had training.
I was about to say, military is different. Military is different, yes.
You know, and the thing that kind of gets me is like, you know, it's the American Constitution, the right to bear arms, the right to arm bears, whatever you like.
Yeah. The right to have bear arms, yes.
Yeah.
You don't have to wear a long sleeve shirt. You can have bare arms.
Yeah. Except for women in
No,
house or
it's
whatever,
bad.
they've got
It's
to
bad
cover
if
their
women have bare
shoulders.
Yeah.
Apparently, so, you know, which is like, oh, yeah, but yeah, Americans just confuse me in that regards with this kind of, you know, it's ironic how many of them is like, you know, God and guns are the two things that they're really into, and it's like, you know, isn't killing people sort of against what God wants? Apparently,
kind of not God.
yeah, you know, it. You know, the difficulty is that America, as I've said before, has become polarized, you know, politically polarized. Why? Because there's only two parties, really.
Ugh, yeah.
It means that, you know, I mean, it's literally, you know, the Republicans are almost like the Democrats are evil and we need to destroy them. You know, and the idea of actually working together to make things better and coming to some mutual agreement. No, it's my way or the highway.
Yeah.
And that's just not an attitude that changes things for the better. And if you look, and this includes the Conservative Party in the UK, their approach to everything is currently against things. They're not for changing things to make people's lives better. It's like, we need to target people, you know, we need to target these minorities. You know, whether it's trans people or what's it, boat people, you know.
Yeah. I've seen it done as a joke, and it's not really accurate, but it kind of feels sort of accurate. It's like in America, you got like the Republicans going, everyone we don't like should be locked up or shot. And the Democrat answer is, more of the prison guards should be women. Again, it's a little bit unfair, but it does feel like that sometimes, where the Democrats would be okay with this horrible totalitarian stuff if the people enforcing the totalitarian stuff were more diverse. And it's like, no, that's not good. That's not great.
There's an amusing little thing that's, I say humorous, I kind of mean it in a somewhat cynical sense.
Yeah.
So, there's the white people. We need to arm white Republicans. We need to arm ourselves because, what happens if, tyrannical government, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But then they get, more guns the better kind of attitude. But when it comes to, sort of people, trans Americans saying, you know what, I think we should get armed too. It's like, oh no, this isn't what we meant.
Yeah. But also, okay, here's a real thing. You look at the various American states that have different gun control laws. Some people go, oh, California's actually got restrictions that other states don't have. We should have more of that. The Californian gun control legislation was explicitly racist because it was about controlling the Black Panther Party in the 60s and 70s. And it's weird, like people who think out of control, gun proliferation is bad, they go, but the California controlled things. But the gun laws in California were explicitly racist. And it's because the white people in power were scared at the influence the Black Panther Party was getting in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, because they were getting armed. They were using their constitutional right and arming themselves.
They were patrolling their own neighborhoods to keep them safe. They were keeping them safe from the white cops. And so the reason California has strict gun control laws is actually super racist. So it's the issue's not black and white, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I saw something else, completely different topic, but sort of similar, I suppose you could say. So you know how there's far more SUV vehicles around these days?
Yes.
So that's not just like, oh, I want to feel safer in my vehicle, or I'm higher up so I can see better and I've got more room to be able to put all 5 kids in the car, or might want to go camping one day, like every 5 years, which is the reason why I need a tow bar and a massive truck. So not only have they been sold this idea of these kind of reasons for having them, it's a lot of it is car industry campaigning, because SUVs cost a lot more than a little commuter car.
They sure do. And also the history of them is fascinating, because when they first came out, the first manufacturers who put them out as regular consumer vehicles, they expected the vehicle to fail, because they were like, this is dumb. This is a stupid vehicle. It costs too much. It's unsafe. But we kind of got a vibe that people want it. So we're going to take a risk and manufacture it and put it out to market and see what happens. And of course, it was just a massive success, because it's weird. It sells an illusion of safety. Those vehicles are actually far less safe than standard little sedans, but it creates an effective illusion of safety. And it's just, it just reinforces my central theorem of people are idiots. So, if we could just get rid of the people, things would, I don't know, everything would be much more manageable. That's all I'm saying.
I found a really good video about it the other day. I'm linking. Am I? No, I'm not. Hang on.
No, I don't think you can post links.
There you go. So this is a video for not just bikes. These stupid trucks are literally killing us. And it's basically the driver can't see any of these children.
Yeah. No, they are just astonishingly dangerous vehicles. They're so much more likely to have a single vehicle accident, which means just that the driver of the vehicle loses control and crashes. They're just horrifically dangerous vehicles.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of little. There is one that oh yeah, this is a sort of the pickup truck ute, you would call them.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, the back of the vehicle has got smaller.
Yeah. Oh God, I saw an image just today that was like an older truck, which was tiny, and one of these modern, stupid, oversized things. And the stupid, oversized thing was 4 times the size of this little truck, but the tray, the bed that could actually carry anything, was the same size. There was this little old truck that was a quarter the size of the stupid modern thing, but they could carry the same amount of stuff. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. There you go. That's yeah. But there's where is it? Before that. Is it this one? Oh yeah, these are the sales.
Yeah.
Normal cars have dropped. SUVs
Yes.
have climbed.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
And I think somewhere in here there's like something like 43% of European vehicles are SUVs.
Yeah. It's the fucking same here. It drives me up the wall because they're horrible. I drive a little hatchback, and the fuckwits who drive these vehicles, you can't see around them. And look, Dr. Abigail, I can also empathize that maybe kids deserve to be run over, but again, these vehicles are the fucking worst.
Yeah, there you go. That's pedestrian fatalities in the US.
Yeah.
You know, we're going down and down and down, and then SUVs turn
Until
around.
SUVs happened, yeah.
And they've gone up because if you hit by an SUV, more likely to get run over as opposed
Oh
to
yeah, like literally run over. Like you don't bounce. Like if you get hit by a little hatchback or a sedan, you're actually more likely to bounce off the bonnet and fall away. Whereas these fucking SUVs will literally run over you. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. A few moments ago, I was thinking to myself, okay, because I knew where you were going with that. And I'm thinking, okay, what are you going to use for the front part of the car? Are you going to call it a bonnet like we do? Are you going to call it a hood like Americans do?
No, I say bonnet. Yeah.
You know, it's. I find language really interesting. You know how obviously we get stuff from America. I mean, SUV is an Americanish
Yeah.
kind of term.
Yeah, we just called them 4-wheel drives for the longest time.
Yeah. But you know, it's. I find language interesting. How people
It is
use
interesting. Yes.
Yeah. You know, and so thanks to chatting to you guys in Australia, it's given me an insight of how much influence have you got from, you know, the old British Empire and colonial, you know, Australia thing, and how much have you got from America?
My generation and older is probably heavily influenced by England. Younger generations more influenced by Americans, to the extent you get Zoomers who have American accents because they've absorbed so much online discourse from the US, and they don't sound like Americans, but they have some pronunciation that is very American.
Yeah, I can think of a perfect example. My little brother, who is 14, nearly 15 years younger than I am, when he was a kid, I was still in my 20s. You know, he used to watch the Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
And of course, they say it on the channel and they refer to it as the Cartoon Network. And so as a result, he thought that it was Ned work.
Right.
You know, and like it reminds me of another one, which is, if you want a drink of water, you don't call it water in America, you call it water.
I swear to God,
water.
I've heard such funny stories from Australians when they're in America and they try to order water in a restaurant, and the serving staff, their brains just fuse. They're like, "What are you asking for?" And the Australians going, "Can I have some water?" And the Americans are going, "What?" Because what Americans hear is water, and they don't know what water is. They want to hear water, and Australians just don't talk like that. So, "Can I have some water?" And serving staff in America, their brains just don't process it. It's weird. But anyway, you know what? It's like 1:30 a.m. I'm going to go to bed. And I need to clear up a little bit here before I go to bed.
When you turn off the stream, can I chat to you for like 30 seconds or so-ish?
Yeah, sure. So to everyone in the stream,
bye.
No, guys. I'm going to go to bed. But I don't have a date night tomorrow night, so probably there's a Saturday night stream. I won't say definitely because I don't know what the fuck's going to happen on Saturday, but I don't have a date night. So there's probably a Saturday night stream. And if there's not a Saturday night stream, there's probably a Sunday night stream. But whatevs, you find people, take care of yourselves. And I'm going to